very good morning to you. We are delighted to welcome you to the World Milk Day Conference 2021. May we please rise as we take the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. On behalf of the Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, Kodaran, I wish to welcome all of you to the World Milk Day Conference 2021. We are glad to have you here this morning, and as about food. Crave your indulgence as we make the following introductions of our key dignitaries, and as we also invite them to take their seats on the high table. Thank you very much. My name is Diana Basi, Akbayan, Diana Basi, not Diana and not Diana, Diana Basi. Thank you so much for having you this morning. Thank you for having me as well. So may I please introduce our keynote speaker for this morning, who will be invited to take a seat at the high table. Mr. Fred Capero is the FAO representative in Nigeria and to ECOWAS, who will be delivering the keynote address this morning. Please let's make welcome Mr. Capero as he takes his seat on the high table. A round of applause for him. Also in our midst this morning is the representative of the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. He is the Assistant Director, Commercial Ruminant and Dairy Production in the Department of Animal Husbandry Services at the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. Is Mr. Hakim Ibilade. Please let's give him a round of applause as we move to the high table. The next person I'll be calling, I'll need to have a far more resounding round of applause for him, because he's the very host of this event. He is the chief organizer, the chief host of this event. And please permit me to welcome to the high table the president of the Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, is also the managing director of L&Z Integrated Farms in Kano, Zalaji MD Abubakar. Please let's give a resounding round of applause with the reason why we are here, the chief host. Thank you very much. Thank you. And also, we have in our midst the treasurer of the Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, Kodaran, who is also the managing director of the Integrated Dairies Limited in Jos. Integrated Dairies Limited is a major sponsor for this event, so we'll also agree that they are one of our major hosts, one of the main reasons why we are present here today. So please give us a resounding round of applause as we invite Mr. Shane Shekari to join us on the high table. Please, you can do a lot better for him. Thank you very much. We also want to welcome the representative of the Director General of the Raw Materials Research and Development Council in Abuja, that is Professor Husseini Doko Ibrahim, here represented by the Deputy Director in the Raw Materials Research and Development Council, Dr. MC Abiaye. Please let's give a round of applause as let's do the high table. We have, representing one of our development partners, a strong supporter of Kodaran and a strong supporter of the dairy industry in Nigeria, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We have the Senior Program Officer of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Dr. Albu Rema. Please give a round of applause as he makes his way to the high table. Dr. Albu Rema is the Senior Program Officer at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Very much welcome, sir. We also have a representative of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Modibo Abdullahi. Are you here yet? Okay, when he comes, we will introduce him. Thank you very much. Please give another round of applause for the members of our high table. And thank you. Today is World Milk Day, a day celebrated globally where we celebrate the value, the nutritional value of milk and the value of the dairy industry. We celebrate the contributions of the dairy industry to livelihoods and economic development. So the Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria has chosen this day to host a conference to discuss the various issues that affect the dairy industry in Nigeria. So the theme of this event is very instructive: strengthening the local dairy sector in Nigeria, addressing the pain points for sustainable impact. You would agree with me, for those of us who are practicing, for those of us who are operating in that industry, that there are so many pain points, there are so many challenges, so many issues in that sector. But we have come together as operators, as stakeholders, critical stakeholders in that sector, to gather, to think through new ways, explore new ways to make sustainable impact, sustainable development in that sector. That is the major reason why we are here. And you will hear so much from our speakers who are very distinguished, experts in their own rights, who are here to speak to us. We'll hear so much from them and from our panelists at the end of the day. So permit me at this time to please welcome Mr. Fred Cafero, who will be given his sorry about that. The opening address is from the president of Kodaran, Alhaji MD Abubakar. Please let's give him a round of applause as he takes the podium to welcome the members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Danabas. Allow me to stand on the existing protocol by saying good morning to all ladies and gentlemen. And we're so delighted and happy to have you here today. This is the first exhibition and conference organized by our organization. We've come a long way from the day we decided that practitioners of dairy practice in Nigeria in the formal sector must come together as a force and bring about the changes that is desired by the industry in order to make us profitable and become sustainable. I'm so glad, I couldn't be happier that this has come to fruition. Thank you, Mr. Danabasi, our Input Executive Director, has done a good job by bringing more of us together. And I also must acknowledge the effort by us throwing competition away and looking at the bigger picture of the need for us to develop our industry. It's only when the industry develops that even the competition will be relevant. Without the development of the industry, I don't think we'll even have reason to call ourselves competitors, talk less of practitioners in the industry. I'm glad and happy that you've been able to honor our invitation, and I hope this exhibition and the conference will be able to strengthen the relationship that has been existing between us and even those that are aspiring to go into dairy production. This is by no means an encouragement, and I would also like to thank the people in academia and other stakeholders that have been supporting us and always ready to be available whenever we ask them to come forward to contribute in a very small or big way to see to the development of our industry. Thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful discussion and exhibition as it unfolds. Thank you very much once more.
Thank you very much, and the Abubakar, distinguished president. The representative of the permanent secretary, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Mr. Ilade Ake. Our keynote speaker, Mr. Fred Capero. Other members of the high table, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I want us at this juncture to appreciate our sponsors. Name of the company, let's give them a resounding round of applause. It's because of our sponsors that we are able to gather like this. Thank you very much to Integrated Dairies Limited, our major sponsors. Please let's clap for them. Integrated Dairies Limited, thank you very much for your support. L&Z Integrated Farms Kano, please let's give them a round of applause. February Farms in Adamawa State, a resounding round of applause for them. Sahel Consulting Agriculture and Nutrition Limited. Queensland Campina Wamco Nigeria PLC. We have Arla Foods Nigeria. We have Habib Yogurts. Bastard Home Yogurts as well. A round of applause for them. We have the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. Thank you so much to you all for your support. There is a bit of an adjustment in the agenda for this morning. Before we take the goodwill message by Honorable Minister, by the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, we will be taking a goodwill message from the Raw Materials Research and Development Council of Nigeria. Please give a round of applause as I invite Dr. MC Abiaye to give the goodwill message.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I want to please to stand on the already established protocol to be able to deliver this good news message from the Director General of Raw Material Research and Development Council, Professor Hussein Doko Ibrahim, who, due to exigency of duty, delegated my humble self, Dr. MC Abiaye, to stand on his behalf and give a supportive good news message to this World Milk Conference. Thank you. My goal is very pleased to deliver a speech at this auspicious conference, World Milk Conference, on the theme strengthening the local dairy sector in Nigeria, addressing the 10 points for sustainable impact. This theme is indeed very apt and relevant at this time when Nigeria is working towards facilitating her local dairy sector to upgrade its traditional pastoral husbandry by adopting modern dairy husbandry. Nigeria's national dairy output per annum is 700,000 metric tons, while national demand is approximately 1.3 million metric tons per annum, leaving a working gap of 600,000 metric tons. Despite great potentials to enhance milk production through improved technology, Nigeria's domestic production does not meet the daily capacity utilization for the dairy companies and consumer demand, and so the shortfall is being imported. Nigeria's local dairy sector relies mostly on milk production from subsistence Fulani pastoralists and few viable commercial dairy farms and importation, which is not very healthy for us as a country. It may be good to mention that Nigeria is the largest importer of processed milk in West Africa, spending an average of 1.73 billion naira annually for milk importation. This is largely because the indigenous dairy breeds of cattle has low genetic potentials, possibly due to poor management system and stress of endless trekking in search of pasture. Average milk yield from the white Fulani breed is very low, ranging from 1.5 to 2 liters per day. Can we compare this to indigenous cattle, dairy cattle in Kenya that brings up to 30 liters per day per cow, or Israel, where their dairy brings up to 45 to 60 liters per day per cow? Ladies and gentlemen, with the foregoing background, may I at this juncture inform this gathering that in its determination towards promoting the development and optimal utilization of Nigeria's raw materials for sustainable industrial growth, RDC has admitted dairy and dairy products as one of its strategic projects to be promoted for national development. In the dairy value chain, RDC has vigorously pursued upgrade of indigenous dairy cattle through insemination of indigenous dairy breed with imported improved exotic semen from hosted phasing in collaboration with other key stakeholders. The success story of this experiment may interest you to note that RDC has been able to achieve up to 15 liters of milk per cow per day from the hybrid cow that was handled at the Modibo Adamawa University, Yola. This spurred the council to become interested in replicating this very kind of projects in every state of the federation where the state shows consent. Presently, the council, in collaboration with stakeholders in Kaduna and Taraba states, are working together to further drive this dairy pilot dairy project. A key stakeholder like Milkopal has agreed to volunteer 20 or more dairy cattle in the Mau community, while CBN has also informed the pastoralists on the modalities that will enable them secure anchor borrowers' loan. And this very pilot project will soon be implemented in the next few weeks. And also, RDC is supporting it with solar-powered milk chillers to enable the storage of the preservation of this fresh milk at 4 degrees C till the end of the day when the off-takers will be available to take them. Over the years, RDC has diligently pursued dairy and dairy products projects to address pertinent challenges hampering the growth of the subsector amongst which are these poor genetic germplasm of indigenous dairy, our indigenous dairy, causing it to have low milk yield, to pastoral trading of cattle for pasture and water, and poor feed rations. These challenges are being addressed through the following measures: artificial insemination using exotic hybrid semen, installation of solar-powered milk chillers, establishment of modern milk processing and collecting centers. The multiplier effect of the hybrid bulls on the indigenous heifers are very, very impressive. Finally, may I commend the organizers of this very platform to celebrate the World Milk Conference Day in galvanizing the efforts of the laudable critical dairy groups. It is our sincere belief that in the very near future, Nigeria will be in the era of milk boom. Our local dairy sector will be able to supply enough to maintain to satisfy industrial milk capacity utilization in their various processing lines. And we consumers will also have enough fresh milk to take. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that he is wishing every one of us a very fruitful deliberation and conference to launch this country into a milk boom era. Thank you and God bless.
Apologize to us for comments. Our programs on time, but due to circumstances really beyond our control, we did not start at the advertised time. We apologize for that, but we will try to make up with the time so we don't lose so much of our time. Thank you very much, Dr. Abiaye, for that good news message. Right now, we will go straight to the good news message of the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, here represented by Mr. Hakeem Ibilade. Please let's make welcome Mr. Hakeem Ibilade to deliver the good news message from the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. Please clap until you get. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hakeem Ibilade. I represent the Permanent Secretary, who is supposed to be represented by the Director of Land Services. But has fallen on me to deliver this good message. I wish to observe all protocols and deliver the Permanent Secretary's address. I wish to commend the members of Coderam for organizing this laudable and timely conference. But as we all know, it's critical in the diet of children, and it's an important food item in the diet of people of all ages. The dairy sector is important to the Nigerian economy in genetic jobs and has the potential to drastically reduce our import bill of food. This has been the keen interest and commitment of the administration of His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, to build a vibrant and globally competitive dairy industry in Nigeria. This conference will provide the opportunity for you, distinguished stakeholders in the dairy sector, to rub minds, learn and recommend innovative approaches to addressing the pain points in running a sustainable dairy industry in Nigeria. At this juncture, I wish to assure you that the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development will continue to provide the enabling environment for business activities in the dairy sector to thrive. The ministry is committed to implementing programs and projects that will help provide solutions to identify challenges hindering the subsector, such as crop farmer header crushes, cattle husbandry, low productivity of local cattle breeds, lack of access to finance, and low access to veterinary services, among others. To address specific challenges, the ministry is promoting increased capacity of actors along the dairy value chain. We have established 1,000 liters per day milk processing centers in Kano, Katsina, and Taraba states. We have flagged up the National Animal Breed Improvement Program. We are in the process of flagging up the National Pasture Development Program, just to mention a few. Also, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development and partners have reached an advanced stage in the process of creating an all-encompassing dairy policy framework to guide investments and practices in the Nigerian dairy industry. As you are all aware, stakeholders in the subsector gathered recently here in Abuja FCT to review the draft national dairy policy with the view of making it inclusive and result-oriented. I assure you that Nigeria will soon have a national dairy policy that will properly address the challenges and make dairy a major contributor to the growth of our national economy. Let me reassure you of the federal government's willingness to partner with private sector stakeholders to totally transform the agricultural sector in Nigeria. As you discussed and learned today, it is my expectation that your deliberations and learnings will strengthen already existing partnerships and build new frontiers in our collective drive to achieve self-sufficiency in dairy products and food security for our beloved country. As millions around the world mark World Milk Day today to raise awareness on the nutritional value of milk to human diet and to celebrate the contributions of the dairy subsector to sustainable economic development, livelihood, and nutrition, I encourage Nigerians to consume more milk in order to enjoy its vast nutritional benefits, and I count on the producers, processors, and marketers of this unique product to apply global best practices in their operations so as to give Nigerians the benefit of safe and wholesome milk products. Thank you once again for hosting this impressive conference. I wish you fruitful deliberations and impactful learning. Please let's give him a better round of applause. Thank you very much, Mr. Gilani. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I said earlier, we have made a slight adjustment on the agenda of the event because our keynote address, our keynote speaker has another engagement to run to. We will oblige him to present his keynote address at this time. And immediately we are done, we will go for a tea break and a visit to exhibition stands. May I please introduce Mr. Capero. Mr. Fred Capero is the FAO representative in Nigeria and to ECOWAS. He is a national of Uganda and the FAO representative in Nigeria and to ECOWAS. He is a development professional with technical expertise in sustainable natural resource management, food security, and nutrition, spanning over 30 years in his native country and at global level with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Before coming to Nigeria, Fred was the FAO representative in Tanzania, where he served for 4 years, and prior to that, he served for 8 years at the FAO headquarters in Rome as forestry officer. He holds an MSc in Environment and Natural Resource Management and a BSc in Geography, Botany, and Zoology from Makerere University, Kampala, Uganda. Our beloved keynote speaker is married with children. Please give a round of applause as Mr. Capero takes the podium to deliver his keynote address.
Thank you so much. The President of Federal distinguished representatives of the government, distinguished participants, and ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to extend our warm congratulations to the organizers. They brought us together today to mark this World Milk Day. This annual event is celebrated in many countries across the world, underlining the importance of milk as indeed a global food. Personally, I'm very, very pleased, on the other hand, to be able to interact with key stakeholders in the dairy sector, especially those who are focusing on milk and dairy products, but more importantly, the role of the dairy sector in general. I think one of the first questions I raised when I was invited was to know, because quite frankly, in many occasions like this, we talking to ourselves. We, the converted, we who understand what milk is all about, we who go through all the challenges in the sector. And we keep talking to ourselves. Sometimes it's very frustrating, especially if we have challenges that impact on us. Is that is already converted, that is already crying with us, so it becomes very difficult. And so I was, in a way, challenging the organizers to see if we can have, maybe you already have audiences in which you interact for purposes of advocacy, pushing policy issues, and ensuring that challenges are dealt with. But if not, I think it's high time that we began to think about how we interact, who we interact with, and for what purpose. And because of that, I gave our offer at FAO to work with you, because we too are stakeholders, and we are concerned about the challenges and the opportunities, of course, that the sector provides. Now, I recall my first participation in a similar event, the world, celebrating the World Milk Day, was 15 years ago. At that time, I was working in the NGO world in Uganda. On that occasion, we were acknowledging the importance of milk, and not only milk in diet, but milk also as a source of income, largely to smallholders, but also, of course, to the commercial community. We were also focusing on the importance of milk in national development. We celebrated smallholder farmers, especially women who at the time were involved in zero grazing intensive production systems for milk. We saw firsthand the significance of the enterprises in which they were involved in terms of moving their household nutrition from one level to another, in terms of increasing incomes to them, and more importantly, empowering them economically, but also for them to have decision-making abilities in their households, but in their communities, and eventually society at large. So we also recognized the nomadic pastoralists. In Uganda, we have pastoralists as well, just as they are here. It's not very different, actually. We have quite a big belt, the central part of the country, where we have nomadic and semi-nomadic pastoralists, and the challenges that they go through themselves also, in terms of pasture, in terms of getting water, the low production of milk, and the low incomes, therefore, the challenges of quality of milk, all these kinds of things are actually the same that pertain in my own country. So it was clear for us that even when we were talking about milk, actually it was very difficult to talk about milk in the isolation of the entire dairy sector, because the World Milk Day is talking about
the milk and its products and how important they are for health, for nutrition, for income. But there is a larger sector, the dairy sector, which we must focus on and see what opportunities it provides to us, what challenges it brings, what kind of employment it brings to our farmers, but more importantly also the other actors in the value chain, the vets, the distributors, the traders, and the consumers. So fast forward, now I'm here in Nigeria. Nigeria is a great country, as we all know. It's a country that is the biggest economy on this continent. It has the largest African population. It has the greatest potential of virtually everything you call agriculture because of its diversified ecosystems. It's a country that offers so much in terms of domestic market opportunities. On the other hand, this same country is challenged and burdened by loss, especially looking at the high levels of poverty, high levels of unemployment, the huge inequality between the rich and the poor, between the urban and also the millions of people who are facing food insecurity. This is a key concern for us as FAO, and we feel challenged to do more, especially when we see the high levels of malnutrition. We are told by the statistics that about 37% of the children in this country under 5 years are stunted, with 21% severely stunted. And other groups of populations, particularly the women, are equally suffering from malnutrition. Yet, the World Milk Day always reminds us that milk and dairy products have proven nutrition benefits and are a central component of healthy diets. They are rich in key nutrients necessary for growth and development of the body. Milk, as we know, is a natural source of proteins necessary for building our bodies. It has minerals like calcium, like magnesium, like phosphorus that play an important role in maintaining strong bones and teeth. And it is rich in the B series category of vitamins. You see, these things that I'm talking about, you all know about them. And that's why I'm saying we're talking to the converted. I wish there were people here who didn't know about the values of milk. Then they could learn something more. So the question is, if milk is this important, why is its consumption still very low? Not in Nigeria alone, by the way, but generally in Africa. The World Health Organization recommends the consumption of 210 liters per person per annum. The average in Africa is around 40. Nigeria significantly varies, but the recent statistics show it's around 8 liters per person per year. That's very, very low consumption rates. And it's difficult to attribute the reasons to insufficient knowledge about its importance in healthy diet. Certainly not. For generations, milk has been consumed as a default. There are many structural and operational factors responsible for the majority of our people not have access to affordable milk. For some, it is the cost of milk. Many urban poor and rural folks cannot afford consuming milk on a regular basis. And that's true, it's expensive, especially if you're talking about processed milk. But even the raw milk that is consumed out there, it's also expensive for the poor people out there in our rural areas. We acknowledge that the domestic production of milk of about 500,000 metric tons, I'm told, is quite low. The supply gap of 1.2 metric tons means that many people go without milk. And because a large portion of this is imported, it also means that you have to dig deeper into your pockets to buy the processed milk and dairy products. So these are real challenges that we all know about. But why don't we produce enough in a country that I described earlier as endowed in agriculture? This you all know. The lady who talked here talked about some of the breeds that we have in the country, how much they produce, and also the efforts that are ongoing to be able to increase and be able to get better breeds. So, due to low investments and the slow government policy interventions, which would otherwise provide incentives to realize significant improvements in cattle productivity, we still have this challenge. The predominantly pastoral production systems and the low breeds that we have are known for their low productivity. But that's not all. Even improvements are still needed in milk yields in commercial systems as well. It's therefore important for us to move towards superior breeds with faster rate of growth and higher milk production potential. This is not attainable in a short time. We should not deceive ourselves. But a journey of 100 kilometers starts with simple steps. Breeding is a complex affair. That's why we need the research community, even more than before. We need researchers at this point in time to help this journey of improving the genetic makeup of our breeds. And that's the essence of the National Livestock Transformation Plan. We as FAO have been working for quite some years now with the International Atomic Energy Agency in supporting national scientists in some countries to optimize livestock reproduction and breeding practices. This has demonstrated that genetic improvement can be implemented faster using nuclear techniques of artificial insemination than with conventional breeding techniques. So, the other aspect when we talk about improved breeding, rather improved productivity, has to do with feeding. Feeding is the key enhanced productivity because feed accounts for up to 70% of the cost of milk production, so the experts say. Government must incentivize the investment in feed value chain development, and in addition, the promotion of alternative fodder will play a role in addressing feed deficits. FAO is building local capacity in promoting alternative livestock feeds, such as residues and byproducts in some of the states in this country. But I'm also aware about some private sector-led initiatives, hay, silage, and other alternatives. In fact, I was glad to see some of the models they are talking about bales of hay. This is a clear demonstration that things are happening in the country, but probably we need to scale them up to a level that would help to increase productivity. Increasing productivity also means controlling diseases and pests that always cause loss of livestock or contamination of our bale. The need, therefore, for quality veterinary care is indispensable. And when we talk about veterinary care, we always think about government extension. Surely, the government extension agents on their own cannot meet the need that we have in this country. This is quite a huge country with a lot of diversity. Therefore, the important role of a hybrid system involving private advisory services, and I'm sure that many of you here already have these services as part of your packages that you offer. But also combine that with government extension, and in some cases, where possible, community animal health workers. Some countries, they are called paravets. This can improve the husbandry practices and the way livestock are managed. The FAO this year, with the support of USAID, we reopened what we call our emergency center for transboundary animal diseases. This center is now open and has immediately embarked on strengthening capacities of national laboratories, particularly for diagnosis of diseases, for conduct of surveillance and risk assessment of animal diseases, but also for enhancing information systems and tools for effective disease reporting. Additionally, this center is available to support the implementation of the National Antimicrobial Action Plan. As you know, antimicrobials are a key challenge now in much of our food systems. All these require effective and functioning institutional arrangements and financial mechanisms. This is very important. Unless you really have very good institutional arrangements, good governance systems that bring particularly smallholder farmers to be part and parcel of the sector, that bring technical and business skills, not only to business people like you, but also to the smallholders, but also that enhance transparency and decision making. This is very important if you're talking about governance. Innovative credit in-kind systems could be effective in encouraging dairying operations, including breed improvement. Producers could receive improved cows on the condition that some offsprings are passed on to other members of the community. I'm sure that some of you do this. We do this quite a lot actually in Uganda, largely by civil society organizations who import good breeds and encourage smallholder farmers to pass on the firstborn to another farmer. And within years, you realize that you actually have a big stock. Credit and insurance programs can create incentives for setting up or scaling up dairy enterprises. Such incentive mechanisms can enable smallholder milk producers to produce top quality milk at affordable prices and become competitive in order to access markets. Contracting with processors is another alternative institutional arrangement that supports the scaling up of local dairy supply operations among smallholders. And I'm told that in this country there are excellent lessons from CBN's Uncle Borrowers program, but also from the Sahel and Bill the Irrigate Foundation's Advancing Local Dairy Development in Nigeria. This could be useful in formulating such interventions, and we need to have a way of learning from some of these experiences. Now, we talked a lot about improving breed. We talked about productivity enhancement. There is also another challenge which we all know about, which has to do with the poor rural infrastructure in the country. It is certainly challenging to move a perishable product as milk to from remote areas where it is consumed, largely in urban areas where the market is good. The poor road condition is a cause of high transportation costs, which cascade into poor prices of milk to producers, particularly smallholders. In an environment of scarcity and erratic power supply, cooling and processing facilities are a far cry, particularly in rural areas, constraining farmers' ability to obtain higher prices for their milk. This is where the government needs to step up investments, particularly if we have to attract investors. Now, for us, we are very happy that the government, through the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, is actually taking advanced steps now, working with development partners, particularly the Africa Development Bank and the International Fund for Agriculture Development, to set up what they call special agro-processing zones. Some of these zones will actually be dealing with these issues of rural infrastructure and supporting farmers, whether they are dairy farmers or whether they are crop farmers, be able to make use of the new facilities and good infrastructure to access markets. So we are happy about that. The World Bank has been providing a lot of support in this direction. Security challenges related to particular farmer other conflicts, conflicted insurgency. As we all know, some parts of Nigeria have been affected by armed conflict for a long time, displacing millions of people. And these people are scraping for assistance. Later on, challenges of access to milk. Milk actually becomes a luxury in situations like this. So if we say, why do people consume low milk? There are all these challenges that we have to confront to start with. The protracted conflicts between farmers and herders are as well challenging for the sector. And generally, the security situation can be a big disincentive for investment, even where there's goodwill of many of the domestic and foreign private investors. they would like to come and do business here because there's a lot of business. But in an environment that is insecure, nobody would like to actually put their investment on the ground. So the need to address this situation and restore stability is urgent. And if we are fast track the pace of developing and modernizing the sector, this needs to be worked on. Now, I just need to share with you some of the issues that we have been talking about in FAO. We have interactions through what we call the Africa Sustainable Livestock 2050. Many of you may know it. It's a USA supported program where the government, Nigeria, and FAO joined forces to discuss the possible long-term development trajectories, particularly those that relate to the livestock sector, and the associated opportunities and the challenges that were noted. We particularly note a couple of mega trends that need to be watched carefully because of the opportunities and challenges they pose, particularly those that relate to the population growth. And say that this will be swift. We're talking about by 2050 that the Nigerian population growth will transform extensively. It's estimated to double, almost 400 million. And the number of people living in urban areas will more or less triple, almost a population of 280 million by 2050. So will the GDP per capita. This is part of the modeling that was done. As a result of these changes, the demand for livestock products, particularly milk and related dairy products, will rise exponentially given the drastically changed urban lifestyles. Now, this presents great business opportunities for farmers, but also for value chain actors, and can support broader societal development through employment generation and poverty reduction. So let's take note of these trajectories as we plan our businesses. The other one is technology development, which is expected to change the way individuals and organizations, but also governments operate or behave. FAO scenario setting shows that big data and automation technologies will improve productivity in all sectors. Livestock production and husbandry practices, livestock products and livestock value chains will all markedly be different than they are today. But it will not be rosy, as indeed the average temperatures are expected to be higher than today because of climate change, change rainfall pattern, and increasingly frequent extreme weather events will make livestock production quite challenging. Now, these are trends that we have as business people to keep an eye and a tab on and be able to follow. As we move towards those times, there are global concerns on how the dairy sector can make its contribution, particularly in this age when we're talking about realizing SDGs. We have 10 years left, actually less than 10 years left for the SDGs to be realized. What is the role of the dairy sector in this? There are concerns around the impact of the dairy sector, particularly on social development. The Action Network on Livestock for Social Development aims to demonstrate, on the one hand, that the dairy sector can contribute to the social SDGs. Not only how much a liter of milk costs the consumer, which in fact is said in developing countries is far higher than how much a liter costs the consumer in developed countries. But we have our own challenges, as I've been outlining before. Now, that is one aspect that is being looked at, but the other one is how smallholders, especially in the case of developing countries, are carried along economically empowered, employed, and their livelihoods significantly change. If the sector can't do that, then it's not helping to meet the SDGs, particularly the social development aspects. Secondly, there are concerns on overall impact of the cattle sector on the environment. In particular, pasture lands are overgrazed and there's high biodiversity loss. In some cases, expansion of farmland is at the expense of forests. In fact, this is one thing that we wanted to have a discussion with the CBN because of the opportunities that CBN provides, financial opportunities that it provides for investment, especially looking at the sustainability of those investments and in how much they are affecting the environment. But this will be a discussion later on. But as animals are likely raised in pastoral production systems and are not much productive, emissions of greenhouse gases from cattle are high. These are concerns that the global community have, and for which all of us, at some point, one way or the other, shall be engaged in these discussions to ensure that the sector is technically and institutionally net zero sector, they call it. So we need to plug into these discussions in our forums. I would like to conclude by reiterating, first and foremost, the fact that we all here believe, and I believe people out there also do, that there's no doubt that the dairy sector is crucial in the growth of the overall agriculture sector. I cannot talk about the agriculture sector without talking about the dairy sector. And getting a large number of people out of poverty, combating malnutrition, and increasing incomes, particularly for smallholder farmers. There are diverse opportunities for investors and entrepreneurs at all stages of the value chain. And this is true. Meeting the increasing demand of animal source foods will involve rapid growth in herd size and in productivity. This is often associated with intensification, and I heard that there are already pilots that are ongoing with regard to intensification. But for that to materialize effectively, all of us need to get involved in the formulation process of policies in our countries. I heard that there is a process of the national dairy policy that is currently underway. I hope that you know about that. And I hope that you are involved as an association in inputting your own views in these policies. Let us not leave those policies to others. We are the key stakeholders. We must get plugged into them. I also understand that the implementation of the National Livestock Transformation Plan is currently ongoing, and that the CBN's backward integration policy in the dairy sector is also ongoing. How involved are we in this? These are the directions of the government. That's where it wants to go. How do we plug ourselves in there to be able to work together and ensure that our interests are taken care of in this government policy environment? We need the active involvement of partners. Partnership is very important. There's no way we can move without partnership. Civil society organizations are important, for example, in promoting consumer awareness of consumption of nutritionally rich foods, in organizing smallholder farmers into viable cooperatives, in targeting vulnerable groups, and in increasing equity. The research we talked about already, very important. The private sector, working with the private sector through private-public partnerships and other joint ventures is very, very important. The smallholders, very important. We in the UN are also available. Likewise, I heard that we have quite a number of development partners in the room and those who are supporting your efforts. So let us all work together in order to transform the sector and make the sector viable and important for our work. Thank you so much for listening. I'm sorry that I took quite a long time, and this is very important for me.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Breakout. And please let's give him another round of applause. Thank you so much. That's a very thought-provoking speech. And he has spoken so much about fostering partnerships. And I think this is very important for us gathered in this hall. And talking about partnerships, it has to be a collaboration between the private and the public sector. And we have some representatives of government agencies and ministries who are here. That is why we always like to introduce them, because I know that at a point in this conference, the questions will start coming. So when the questions come, we know who to direct them to. And because of this, I want us to acknowledge the presence of Free Trade and Investment, represented by Mr. Zachary Adamu. Mr. Adamu, can you just wave? Please let's give him a round of applause. And we also have a representative of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Abdul Kader Modibo. Please let's give him a round of applause at the back. Thank you so much for coming. We will be we'll be going for a breakfast, but before we do that, because I would like to appreciate him. Please request the MD of Integrated Dairies Limited and the MD of our major sponsor, IDL, to please make the presentation on behalf of Kodaran. Yes. I want to say a very big thank you to you, sir, for that thought-provoking speech. Please let's give him a very round of applause. Kodaran, very appreciative of you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for delivering that speech. Please let's round of applause for him, please. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. So at this point, we will take a break and have the tea break refreshments for 20 minutes. Please let's spend 15 or 10 minutes having our refreshments, and our sponsors who have displayed their products, we need to go and speak with them and see what they have to offer. Please ensure that you visit the exhibition stands, the refreshments, and we will gather here. This is 11:20. We will gather here again at 11:40. Thank you very much. I'll see you again. And sorry, please look around you. If you see a stylus for an iPhone, please on the ground, please pick and let me have it. One of us has lost his stylus. Please just look around. If you find it, let one of us, the organizers, have it. Thank you. Let's have a tea break, please.
You lost, right?
Tea break is served. As you depart the hall, as you go out of the entrance of the conference center, you turn left, you see where the tea break items are served.
Morning. How you doing today? Yeah. You need to put it like that. You need to put it.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's reconvene for group pictures, group photographs. Let's come back inside the hall, please. Please, we're about to restart the program. Let's come back inside the hall. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome back. Please let's gather in the front to take the group picture. Thank you. Let's gather in front here for group pictures. Thank you. Please let's have everyone gather in front for the group pictures. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's be in the front. Want to take pictures? Thank you. Please let's gather in front for the group photographs. Thank you. Photographers, please, we need you now. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's take the picture. Want to see yourself in the newspapers, this is the time. Join the group photographs. Okay, thank you very much, photographers. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let's take our seats. We want to restart.
Thank you. What's that?
Thank you very much. Let's take our seats, please, as we start the program. Okay. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, may I welcome you to the World Milk Day Conference 2021, organized by the Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, Kudaran. Welcome back from the tea break, and I hope we had a good one. I hope we paid visits to the exhibition booths. Presentation of the day, and it's going to be a presentation from a very seasoned expert. And so many of you may not know that once before now, at Lagos Business School, I met very, very great personalities. And the next speaker is one of such distinguished and seasoned experts. We will be inviting of the dairy industry and the Nigerian economy post-COVID-19 to distinguish the trends and the opportunities, the issues, the challenges, the trends, and the opportunities. So I will briefly introduce Mr. or Dr. Ikechukwu Kelikume, who is the Program Director, Agribusiness Management Program at Lagos Business School. Dr. Kelikume leads sessions in the microeconomic macroeconomic environment of business and agribusiness at Lagos Business School. He obtained his doctoral degree in economics from the Swiss Management Center, SMC University, Switzerland. An economist with over 22 years of teaching experience in training and facilitating learning across 3 universities, Covenant University, University of Benin, and Lagos Business School, Pan Atlantic University. Dr. Kelikume is currently the program director of the Lagos Business School Agribusiness Program. He undertakes research and consults in macroeconomic modeling, financial and monetary economics, econometrics, quantitative method in economics and agribusiness management. In addition to teaching, Dr. Kelikume engages in consulting activities. His consulting activities have included assignments for the World Bank, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, Center for Management Development, CMD, and the Nigerian consulting in the oil and gas sector with Techno Oil, Total Nigeria, ExxonMobil, and he is the chair of the Oil Palm Committee that was constituted by the Bureau of Public Enterprises, BPE, to see to the optimal functioning of privatized state-owned oil enterprises. Also, he is the president of the Pan Atlantic University Multipurpose Cooperative Society. Dr. Kelikume will be speaking to us on dairy business and Nigeria's post-COVID economic outlook, trends and opportunities. Please, with a resounding round of applause, let us welcome Dr. Ikechukwu Kelikume to the stage to deliver his presentation. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Kelikume Ikechukwu. When Ghana Basi introduced himself, he said it's not Ghana. My name is, I am not from Zimbabwe. I am from Delta. Kelikume means live a good life. So I'm from Delta, I am from Pale. I'm also an economist. But somehow you'll be wondering how I found my way into agriculture. Today we'll be talking about the dairy business. So it's a pleasure being here, and I thank the organizers of the event for having me here. Thank you also for listening to my presentation. I am not going to hit, I thought that they will flash my slides. I am not going to follow the trends. There are issues with the dairy sector. There are issues with ranching. There are issues currently in Nigeria. I am not going to follow the trends. I'm going to look at how are we going to come out of current challenges that we are facing. So the topic here is dairy business and Nigerian post-COVID economic outlook. So I'll be looking at the agricultural sector. I'll talk briefly on the relationship between agriculture and agribusiness. Then I'll move straight to the dairy sector. I'll look at livestock because you cannot talk about dairy without looking at cattle and cows. I'll talk about the current trends, challenges and opportunities. Then I'll talk about the post-COVID economic outlook. I'll also talk about the sectors and their contributions to GDP, looking at the sectors that are currently driving our economy today. And I'll also look at historical pattern of 3 sectors, narrowing the over 46 sectors, narrowing them into 3: service, industry, and agriculture. I'll also talk about the historical pattern. Then I'll conclude. The interesting thing today is that so we all know that I look at all of us here, there's something common amongst us. We're all putting on our face shield, except for those who are not putting on their face shield. Please, the coronavirus is real. So don't drop your guard. It is what? It is real. I have to drop mine because I am here. Nobody is close to me. Please, it is real. As at 31st May 2021, the global economy has witnessed 171.4 million coronavirus cases, with over 153.9 million recovery and about 3.6 million deaths. So there are countries that are shutting down again today. There are countries that are actually shutting down. They are in trouble. It's not even as a question of the second wave. There's a third and a fourth wave. For Nigeria, we've seen a total of 166,518 cases. We have been lucky and blessed. God has actually favored us. So we are not like the Indians that are running helter-skelter. So we've seen a total of 166,518 cases. We've also seen 158,781 cases and over about 2,099 deaths. So you can see the number is so slim compared to, the prayers they had for us. They said Africa will be wiped out. And the truth is that look at the new report shows that. The new report shows that we had virus in the new states. We had do not put your guards down. The interesting thing is that the world has actually vaccinated 1.5 billion people across the globe. So the COVID-19 pandemic is real. Please do not put your guards down. But we all know that the adverse effect of the pandemic was felt across different sectors. There were certain sectors that declared, certain sectors did very well post 2020. For example, the banking and financial service sector did very well. Both the telecom sector did very well post 2020. But there are certain sectors that did badly. One sector is the agricultural sector. We actually did badly because we were kept at home. So in this section, we will examine the dairy business and the Nigerian post-COVID-19 economic outlook. We'll also examine the trends, challenges, and opportunities in the sector. Starting with the agricultural sector. The agricultural sector is currently the dominant sector in Nigeria. Every time we talk about the sector as the dominant sector, the sector is also a sector that has been increasing interestingly high across all sectors of Nigeria. If you hear people say they are retiring from active business, if you ask them what next, they will tell you they are going into farming. They will tell you they are going into agriculture. Some will say they are going into agribusiness, but half the time, these people are going into direct farming and retirement. However, agriculture is divided into 4 subsectors. We have the crop production, we have livestock, we have forestry, and we have fishery. Of the 4 sectors, crop production takes a whopping 88% of our agri sector GDP. Whilst the livestock we are talking about today takes about 7%. Crop takes 88%, livestock takes about 7%. Forestry is almost comatose in bed. Forestry takes about 1%. If you realize when you look at your furniture at home, realize that most of our furniture are imported furniture. This was not so in the 60s and in the 70s. So the current sector share in GDP is such that the agricultural sector contributes about 22.4% to GDP. Contributes about 22.4% to real GDP. Crop production takes 19.6%. Livestock takes 1.79% of our total GDP. That tells you how low. So if livestock is taking 1.79%, dairy is a derived product from livestock. It means that dairy products will be doing badly. whilst forestry takes about 0.2%, fishery takes about 0.74%. Interestingly, when you look at the entire composition of the agricultural sector, when we take crop production and we say it's currently doing about 80%, the interesting part of crop production is that over 50% of everything that we produce annually is lost. It's lost from post-harvest losses. If you add the current state of insecurity in the country, it even gives us a worse narrative for the agricultural sector. So the sector, however, all sectors across, that's the four sectors, crop, livestock, forestry, and fishery, is dominated by 80% smallholder farmers. These smallholder farmers cannot, every time we talk about agriculture, we talk about yield per hectare. Yield per hectare. Now, these smallholder farmers can actually not aggregate 1 hectare farmland. And when you look at the stance of the government has always pitched their tent in, fund the smallholder farmers, fund the agricultural sector. We've actually been doing that since 1970. We've been pushing funds to the agricultural sector and getting relatively low results in terms of performance. So we've been throwing funds at a sector that is actually not responding to our fund. So we need to find out what exactly is wrong with the agricultural sector. However, we need to critically look at agriculture vis-a-vis agribusiness. Because when you hear the new trend is that I'm an agribusiness expert, we need to look at the two. What exactly is the difference? Agribusiness is the business of agriculture. What I do in the business school, even though my background is in economics, what I do in the business school is I don't teach people how to farm. I teach them the business of farming across the four sectors. I don't teach them how to farm. I teach them the business of farming, and that's why we look at the program that I run in the business school stands on a tripod. The first one is critical thinking and understanding the agri-value chain. So the point is, do you truly know what sector you're going into? The second one is entrepreneurial mindset. And the third one is operational excellence. If you marry these three, that is worth my while. It must be something that will stand the test of time. It must be something that I can export out of Nigeria, and people in the diaspora can actually ask for it. So this is exactly what I do in the business school. However, agribusiness is structured into four sectors. We have the pre-upstream. So I'm going to speak to the beginning and genesis of our problem, looking at that model. And we have the downstream sector. We have the pre-upstream. We have the upstream. We have the midstream. And we have the downstream sector. The genesis of our problem spans from the pre-upstream. We tend to forget about the pre-upstream. We don't look at that sector. The pre-upstream deals basically with the beginning of the problem. The beginning of the problem is land acts. The beginning of the problem is education. The beginning of the problem is that we are trying to water a problem that is really, really tough. How do I begin to tell a young man who has finished, who has graduated from the university, who read agricultural science, not because he wanted to study agri, but read agri because his first choice was not available. So he went there to get certificates. How do I begin to mentor and teach this guy who was not taken to any farmland, who was given one read all through his 4 years in the university? How do I begin to mentor that one to come into this local sector and local profession? So the beginning of our problem is the pre-upstream, which deals basically with research institutions, seed and land management. So this is where you find the government. This is where you find multinationals. This is where you find the likes of ITA. This is where you find the likes of our research institutes, our universities and colleges of education that actually are dealing with the dairy sector. However, the upstream is the beginning. The upstream is direct farming. The upstream is where you have direct farmers. For this sector today, if you pick the upstream, you have 80% smallholder farmers and 20% medium to large scale farmers. So when you're talking about the cooperative, funding the cooperative, you're actually funding the 20% and not the 80%. The 80% are the ones that are directly feeling the pinch. Today's Nigeria, the 80% has actually been battered, especially when you look at the northern part of Nigeria. The northern part, which is supposed to be the food basket of Nigeria, all the youth have actually taken up to the city centers. You find them across the city centers. What exactly are they doing? They've left farming, they've moved into riding bikes, they've moved into all kinds of activities that are not related to farming. So the strength of our youth, which is supposed to drive agriculture at the upstream level, they're actually not there. So every time we sit here and we're talking about, we are theorizing about giving credit, we are theorizing about going upstream to farm. The people who will assist you in farming are actually not there. They are completely disconnected from the people I'm talking to today. Actually disconnected from the multinational firms that are going into our rural setting. The midstream. This is where you find a lot of activities, buying and selling. A lot of activities take place, distribution, branding, packaging. You find all kinds of activities taking place there. Again, we have a dysfunctional educational system that have actually not prepared these people for that space. So when you look at the kind of packaging, it cannot fly internationally. When you look at the kind of branding, it cannot fly internationally. Because when you pick these people from the origin, from their school, they were actually not prepared for the kind of thing that they are seeing today. So we need to go back to those, the pre-upstream and the upstream, to begin to address our issues. So quickly, it takes us to actually partition them. So I would like to just run. So go to the third slide, please. Let them see the third slide, where you have the upstream, the pre-upstream. Hello. Can you move to the fourth slide? I want them to see the fourth slide. Go on. Go on. Go on. Not that one. Go on. Yes. So this is exactly what I'm talking about. So you can see at the pre-upstream trade, you have the National Animal Production Research Institute, you have the International Livestock Research Institute, you have the National Veterinary Research Institute, you have the agricultural colleges and universities. All of these institutions are actually disconnected from what the business people are talking about. What they are teaching, the curriculum, what they are teaching the people that you're going to employ is different from the direction that you're going. So every time you project, we want to grow the milk sector, we want to grow this sector, you are completely disconnected from what those institutions are delivering. And you will find that these institutions have actually researched. They've actually done research. The research are just lying in. So we don't know about their research. It is just there, it has been funded. But none of us are actually taking this research to see how we can do what? Develop the milk sector. Who are the active participants here? You have Bank of Agri, you have the government, you have NGOs, you have the CBN, and you have the multinational corporations. Without the government, we go nowhere. The challenge today is that of insecurity. And insecurity is tied to land and tied to agriculture. If our communities are displaced, there is no way we can sit here and be talking about milk. Remember, milk is derived from cattle. These cows take what? Long gestations to rear. So if you don't have the cow, then we shouldn't be talking about milk. So we need to look at, go back to the drawing board. How can we make sure that we have cows? If you look at the Green Revolution, when the days of the Green Revolution, when we were talking about agriculture and Green Revolution during the last regime, some of us then in Lagos, because of the hype of the Green Revolution, we decided to plant rice. Guess what? We were planting parboiled rice, thinking it would grow. Because somebody was sensitizing us to go and do what? Plant. We were planting parboiled rice, thinking that parboiled rice would grow. It means that we didn't know this generation is even worse. This generation is what? I'm talking about the youth, the people, the manpower that we use to drive this sector. So that space required research funding and development. Without it, we go nowhere. Without it, we'll be paying lip service to the challenges of this sector. Think about it. How do we solve that problem? How do we make sure? They say there are communities where you give birth to a child. When you give birth to a child, you plant a tree. For every child that is in that village, they have a tree. As the tree is growing, the child is growing. Sometimes it takes about 50 years for you to grow a particular tree. By the time the child gets to 50 years, you've grown an old tree. So what do we do in terms of the cattle? If you look at our population, Nigeria has a median age of 18 years. Now, if you look at our population distribution, it is such that our current population is 219 million. 219 million people. Of that number, 43% of our population, 43% lies within the age grade 0 and 14. What does that tell us? About 90.3, 90,300,000 people are within the age grade what? 0 to 14. That age must take protein. That age must take milk, meaning that the demand for what we are selling in what is high. But at the same time, that age can also do what? That age can be taught about what? How to raise cows. That age can be given. If we come up with a policy for every child born, you must have what? One cow. If you give birth to one child, raise a cow. And the cow is like, I'm giving you that, go and grow it. I'm giving you that, go and grow it. In 10 years, what do you think would have happened to the economy? There'll be an explosion of what we need to fund our milk sector. So if you take the upstream, you have cattle farming, which is the beginning, it's at the top. But there's something missing there. There's something missing. The cattle cannot survive without the vegetation, without the fodders. The cattle cannot survive if we don't plant the grasses that they will eat. Is it so difficult to farm grass? So this is agribusiness. I don't need to be in the cattle raising cow. I can also play in that sector by doing what? By planting the feed for these animals. By planting the fodder for these animals. Are we sensitizing the people enough that there's demand for fodders such that they can plant? Somebody will have taken it. So there's a gap when you look at the cattle and you look at the fodders. Then you look at pastures and you look at how we've been doing it. A lot have been said about how we've been doing it. We've been creating openly. We've been moving from community to community. We've been destroying farmland. We've been causing problems, which is the bane of our society today. So there's a big problem. I didn't introduce myself properly. I am a farmer, not just a teacher. I am a farmer. For the past 2 years, I couldn't access my palm plantation. My palm plantation is not in the north. My palm plantation is in Delta. Each time I get there, they say, don't enter. The people with guns are inside. Insurgency and insecurity. I couldn't access it. I'm also a snail farmer. Last week, somebody entered my farm and uprooted the water pump. The only thing they stole, the snails are more expensive than the water pump because one giant snail sells for about 1,500. But this guy did not steal the snails. He stole the water pump that actually sends water to the snails. That's the society we are in. The petty thieves that we have today are the people we refused to educate yesterday. We need to go back to the drawing board. How do we begin to address the basic thing today is insecurity that you can no longer operate in most of our rural communities? And we cannot sit here and be talking about ranching, about farming, about milk, without looking at the basics, which is how do I survive in those rural communities? How do I integrate this youth into what we are currently doing? The midstream, the most active space, that's the buying and selling space. That's where you find Nigeria. If you look at the fourth most active sector in Nigeria is trading. The fourth most active sector in Nigeria is trading. And when you are looking at trading, most of the things that these people call Nigerians are trading are actually imported. which is fueling the so-called, when you look at the exchange rates, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, it was 197 naira to a dollar. And today we are looking at 500. Why is it so? It is not the government. It is that the people's love for foreign tastes has increased. So look at some of us that are in rice value chain. Go to most of your stores. What you find is that you find imported rice, rebagged, repackaged, rebranded by Nigerians. How is rice? How they entering the market? Because we're not growing imported rice here. These rice are actually competing with our value, with our main rice. So the active participants here are traders, technicians, middlemen and women, commercial farmers. The big picture, which is the export segment, is the last, which is the downstream, the logistics space. So the last speaker talked about institutions. Without institutions, without education, we cannot integrate all of this four. So this is the biggest problem that we face today. The last sector requires huge capital, huge sunk cost, huge funding. And that's why the likes of Holland, for example, we want to play in the downstream, we want to play in the midstream, and we look for what? Aggregators to play in the what? In the upstream. Because they cannot contend. They can't contend with what is obtainable in the upstream space. So herein lies the problem, and I've just talked about the solution. The value chain begins with the pre-upstream sector, and it begins with research. It begins with the natural breed. It begins with educating the people. It begins with what? Telling them that it is not even safe for you to move about with cows. It is not economical for you to move about with cows. It is economical for you to begin to practice the fodder system where you give them what? Good diets. So it is predominantly pastoral in nature, which is what we've heard so far today. However, we need to turn it around. We need to turn it around to increase our average milk consumption per day. So interestingly, when you look at Nigeria, our average milk consumption is very low. It means that the young people are not drinking milk. And when you're not taking milk, as you remember I talked about the statistics, over 90.3, 90,300,000 are between the ages of 0 to 14. So if these people don't take milk, what kind of society are you going to have tomorrow? I know there's this joke that, oh, it is because they take cow milk, that's why they are behaving the way they are behaving, which is not true. Which is not true. Most of us took cow milk and we're not behaving that way. So the average annual per capita consumption of milk is between 10 to 20 liters per year. This is low compared to the 267 liters per year in the United States. So the interesting thing is that we have opportunities. There are significant opportunities in the dairy sector. And the first known opportunity is that Nigeria remains the largest continent in Africa in terms of the size of our GDP, in terms of the size of our population, in terms of the size, the activity level in Nigeria. Nigeria also is a buyer's market. It's a market that when you do something good, they will buy. Nigerians actually buy up everything. So when we take that age grade, it tells you again that there's demand for milk. And if there's demand for milk, we will do everything to encourage what? Doing it the right way. And doing it the right way is not moving cows from the north down to the south by foot. In terms of looking at the current trends, challenges and opportunities, our average cattle milk yield in Nigeria is less than 500 kilograms per year. Again, when you compare it to the more advanced countries, it is greater than 2,000 kilograms per year. So what are the problems? We have very high ambient temperature. So our temperature does not allow us to what? We move them by food. Plus the sun, we move these animals by food. We have low quality feed. So they go around looking for anything to eat. We have low level of concentrate and supplements. Here, what this means is that we can create a secondary industry that is actually producing and packaging this for. But if you don't tell people that there's an opportunity in that space, if you don't allow people to begin to break and grow in that space, there is no way we can close that gap. Again, what these cattle headers are looking for is water. They look for water and they look for food. If we create water, they will stay in one position. So government, this is where government and NGOs come in. This is where stakeholders must need to look at communities and encourage. Let's put those things that are missing so that these communities can actually produce the number of cattle that we need. So our indigenous breeds are also raised for meat, milk, and drugs. They are used as beasts of burden. They are used as beasts of burden. They are also used for meat. So you find, if you look at the statistics about Lagos, so Lagos consumes about 10,000 cows, which is quite, so if they are taking off eating cow, so when you look at the number in India, they don't eat, they worship cows, they don't eat it. So that's why the population keeps growing in India. So, but when you look at Nigeria, you're looking at a city like Lagos that demands so much, it means that there will be little left for your milk production. So current average meat production and consumption is very low, creating opportunities for investors to embrace commercial dairy farming. Opportunities in the sector can be tracked in line with the COVID-19 economic outlook. So what exactly are the outlook? What are the outlook? What exactly are the outlook? So go to 3 slides. What is that exactly are the outlook? So if you see the trend, next slide, next. So next, yes. So if you see that trend, it speaks volume to where we are coming from. And you see those red bars. Those red bars shows that between 2015 and 2021, Nigeria entered into a period of 2 recessions. We had 2 crisis periods. We had the first one, which lasted for 5 months. And we had the second one, which was COVID motivated, which lasted for 2 months. Currently, the outlook is that you can see my E arrow. My E arrow shows that there's a recovery from 0.11 to 0.51, 2-quarter positive growth. However, we shouldn't celebrate this because this is not driven by productivity. This is actually driven by the noise coming from the oil and gas sector. It is driven by what? By crude oil price. So as we speak, crude oil price that crashed about $17 per barrel in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic is about $67 per barrel. However, when you look at our production is less than 2 million barrels per day. It means that we're not doing much to even aggregate what. So there's a shortfall in terms of revenue. There's a shortfall in terms of revenue. So what that speaks is the government must borrow to do what? To close the shortfalls. And when you hear, or when we heard that the government is about borrowing another 2.3 trillion naira, it is to fund your budget. It is to fund your 2021 budget. So all this speaks to what is happening in terms of the outlook for 2021. It speaks volume. It tells us that we have a positive outlook, that the oil price is high. But no country should be celebrating a high oil price because the world economy is moving away from fossil fuel. So if as a country, as a government, I know the government is scared, we are still depending on oil price to drive our economy, we'll be in trouble. We'll actually be in trouble. So Nigeria has a current population of 219 million people. Over 43.7% are youths within the age grade 0 to 14. Nigerians' median age is 18 years, meaning that half the people we are seeing are actually youths. And when you dissect that number further, it speaks volume. It says about 2.9% of our population are actually people above 65 years. 2.9% are above 50, above 65 years, 65 and above. So what that tells you is that that age grade 65 and above in Nigeria is about 7 million. And that's the ruling class. There's a disconnect between where the ruling class is going and where the young generation is actually going. We need to match this. We need to bring these people, we need to bring them on board so that they don't snuff life out of us. And that's exactly what is happening. In those days, you will bow down when you see your elders. Today, they don't bow down. They don't even want to listen to us. So we need to understand these dynamics. Again, in terms of our GDP, the size of our economy, recall at one point in time, Our economy was put at what? 568 billion. We celebrated it in 2014. Nigerian economy was the largest economy in Africa. We're actually still the largest economy ahead of South Africa, but we've actually come down in terms of the growth of our economy. The size of our economy as of today is $448 billion. It crashed about 375 billion in the wake of the recession, but it has gone up again. But again, when you begin to juxtapose this growth, this size of the economy with your exchange rates, it means that we have what? We are in trouble. The young man that you are paying 100,000, you paid him 100,000 6 years ago. He's still on that 100,000. The actual wages that he's taking home has now fallen to about 25,000, 30,000. We are in trouble. The money can no longer take them home. That's why we have what? Agitation. That's why you are hearing people talk about Plan B. It's a big problem. So if you think that you're giving somebody 200,000, it was earning it 6 years ago, it's still earning it today, he's actually in trouble because his true take home is within the range of 50,000. Because as at that time it was 197, today it's about 500. So these are the issues. Again, that has affected our per capita income. Our per capita income has crashed below $3,000. So when you are looking at, when you read articles and they say Nigerians, 70% of these people live on less than $1 a day, they're actually speaking volume to the exchange rate. It has affected the per capita income, which is $2,229. So this is a big problem. It means when I produce this milk, when I look at L&Z milk, and I pick those milks I pick L&Z milk, the first thing that will hit me is that it is very expensive. I cannot buy it. So I'm not talking of myself, I'm talking of this generation. I'm talking of the people who are below this ladder. They can't buy it. And today they are actually taking it by force. In terms of the sector driving the economy, agriculture remains the dominant sector contributing to GDP. However, every time we tell this narrative, we should also talk about the growth. Because it is not this dynamic, this thing we talk about agriculture, that it is the sector that is driving the Nigerian economy that determines the profitability of the sector. What determines the profitability of the sector is growth. Can you see my green bars? My green bars are talking about the sectors contributing to GDP. So those green bars, there are very few sectors actually driving in terms of contribution to GDP. So when we say contribution to GDP, we are talking in terms of value addition. We are talking in terms of the number of people that those sectors are employed. But when we look at it differently in terms of growth, we are looking at the fast. So if I must do business, I will actually pick my church where I see the fastest growing sector. The fastest growing sector. Agriculture is not one of the fastest growing sector. Agriculture is one of the least growing sector. It is moving at a snail pace. So what that tells you is that it is a sector that requires patient capital. Every time I hear the government, I hear the CBN say, push money to the hands of these people. You cannot realize that money immediately. If you push money to the agricultural sector, you cannot. If you are doing it right, it takes time. If I grow the Iroko tree, if I'm taking money from the CBN to plant commercial tree, I am going to get my first returns, maybe after 25 years. The usual ogbono that we eat is an economic tree. The ogbono tree, if you plant it today, you will harvest the first fruit. I'm talking of the old variety of ogbono. You will harvest the first fruit at the 25th year. But if you take the new variety, you will probably be harvesting at the 7th year. So which of the banks will fund that kind of venture that you have to wait for 7 years before I pay back? So this is why we require what? Grants, aids. This is why there must be subsidy. This is why government must put trees in the hands of everybody. This is why government must put us, rather than give motorcycles, rather than give headpans to youth, give them one car and monitor them and attach a veterinary doctor to the number of cows we have given to a community and see what will happen in the next 10 years. Rather than give motorcycles, which I see that governments, they give 3 cycles. Rather than do that, give one cow. Look at the community and fund cows into those communities and fund a veterinary doctor
who will take care of those cows and see whether there will be no boom in the next 6 years. We need to address the problem. I don't think we have been addressing the problem. In terms of growth, agriculture is the least in terms of our growth. You're going to find sectors such as metal ore, cement, electricity, gas, steam, air conditioning, food, beverage, and tobacco, telecommunication, information and telecommunication, human health and social services. All of these sectors are actually the leading in terms of sectors driving the economy. In terms of sectors contributing to value, you find agriculture seated comfortably at 22.35%. You find crop production as the next. You find trade. You find information and telecommunication. So, but if I want to do business, I will look at the one that's what the fastest growing. If I must venture into ranching and cattle and cows and milk, I must know that it is a long-term gestation cycle. I must do everything to encourage what? That long-term productivity. I must not tell people that this sector is so profitable that you will do what? You will make quick wins. It is not so in agriculture. In terms of historical trends, if you look at the three sectors, the service sector, the industrial sector, move to the next slide. You're not moving with me. Thank you. So you can see those yellow bars. Those yellow bars and the blue bars. The blue bars is talking about economic growth. That's GDP growth. That's where you see the recession. You can see the blue bars. You see recession twice in the first one. However, look at the yellow bars. The yellow bar says every time the economy goes down, the industrial sector will go down. Every time the economy goes down, the service sector will go down. But every time the economy goes down, the agriculture also, it never goes down. Can you see agriculture? So we're looking at from 2015 to date, to first quarter 2021. Can you see agriculture oscillating around the problem, but never goes down because it's the source of food, it's the source of wellness. All our medications are supposed to come from there. All our housing needs are also supposed to come from there. So it's a sector that balances it out. So this is why government must not pay lip service when it comes to agriculture. So concluding, the agricultural sector is currently the leading sector contributing to GDP. Livestock sector share is very low. Livestock contributes about 8%. But when you look at the share in GDP, it's also very low at 1.79%. Current population median age is 18 years, which tells us that the demand for our products, for milk, is high. The demand for milk is high. It tells us that the demand for milk is high. However, livestock farming and dairy value chain is a scientific business. So one of the things that I share in class is that agriculture is 70% science, 20% experiential learning, and 10% art. Every time you hear people say they are going into this space, they tell you, I am passionate about it. They jettison 70% science. They throw away hand holding. Somebody must hold your hand. My grandfather held my hands. That's why I'm an economist and I'm a farmer. Somebody must hold your hands. You must hold the hands of the youth to bring them on board in this sector. If we don't hold their hands, we probably will not be moving in the right direction. So if I look at ladies that are seated here today, one of the first things that will happen to you is you not enter the farm for a long while. The moment you enter the farm, guess what will follow you? Flies will chase you out. Flies will follow your perfume and chase you out. But the typical woman that goes to farm does not understand those flies. She wipes them away. So somebody must hold your hand. As a people, we hold on to 10%, which is what? Which is passion. That 10%, you take it into farming. And no wonder of every 20 farmer that goes into the livestock sector. So let's even look at it critically. Of every 20 farmer that goes into poultry, at the end of the 2-year farming season, only about 4 will be left. Of every 20 farmer that goes into catfish business, at the end of the farming season, only about 4 will be left. The reason is that they took passion. They threw away 70% science. They threw away 20%. They refuse to sit down and learn. The annoying part is that they face social media. They face YouTube that has told them that I can teach you on YouTube how to do it. YouTube cannot teach you how to farm. No matter the video, they hide, they conceal. The poultry farmer, for example, conceals the teething stage. He has lost like 20,000 birds before. He has overcome the 20,000 birds. He now knows how to do it better. He now knows biosecurity. He won't put it there in social media. So you pick what they have distorted and you run with it. And that's why the failure rate is high. So livestock farming and dairy value chain is a scientific business. It is not a business that will live in the hands of what? The local farmers. If you must leave it in their hands, you must also, like I said, you must put a veterinary doctor that will actually teach them and mentor them and guide them as to how to run it. Farming and dairy business is a serious business, and effort should be made to embrace scientific farming practice. So the way to go for the country is improve commercial dairy practice through the encouragement of ranching across the country. Cattle such as the hybrid, if we encourage it, they have to survive. We've seen farmers who went and got this hybrid cows. They didn't survive. They didn't survive because they didn't know how to do what, how to manage them. We need to teach the science of what? Of managing the cattle ranching in Nigeria. Embracing the high yield breed requires educating local and commercial dairy farmers on the science of managing feeding, housing, and caring for the breeds. Sustainable dairy business and milk production is achievable in Nigeria if cows are allowed to express their true genetic potentials. So if we beat and flog, we might not experience their true genetic potentials. Essentially, this means open grazing is not the way to go, but full support of ranching and sustainable dairy farming is what we should be talking about across the Nigerian environment. Thank you very much.
Please let's give him a better round of applause. Thank you so much, Dr. Kelly. Thank you. So we will have a session where we'll be able to ask questions. So please, if you have questions for Dr. Kelly, please take them down, and we will have a session just after the panel discussion where we will ask questions to all distinguished speakers. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Kelly. That has been a very, very insightful and thought-provoking presentation, and that's why we had you here. Okay, so we'll an individual position. So to take us through investing in the midstream sector, creating a path for sustainable dairy development, I want to invite the next speaker to come. The next speaker is our own president, Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, and the MD, CEO of L&Z. Introduction of him because of our time. MD Abubakar, as we call him, is a former banker with over a decade experience in development and commercial banking. He is a successful dairy farmer. He is the president of the Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, the umbrella body of the commercial dairy operators in Nigeria, and he has chaired boards of various federal institutions in the past and pioneered the setting up of various government agricultural projects. He has been a member of numerous federal and state government committees on repositioning the agricultural sector and financing it. He is an alumnus of Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, where he obtained his BSc in glass technology MSc in International Affairs and Diplomacy, and an MBA from Lagos State University. So Alhaji MD Abubakar will be speaking to us on investing in the midstream operations, path to sustainable supply of milk in Nigeria. Please make welcome with a round of applause of MD Abubakar, who is the next speaker to take us through this topic. Continue clapping till he gets here, please. Clap till he gets here. And thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you once more for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. So actually the topic I'm asked to talk on or to speak on is investing in midstream operations, path to sustainable supply in Nigeria. You can see I don't have slides, probably because I'm not from the academia and I equally don't have write-up because I felt what you expect that will help in the business of doing dairy in this country. And this strictly is what I'm going to talk to. So I may not be able to give you so much time that the previous speaker has given you because I have so little to say, but straight coming from my own experience. So we have a little difference in understanding what the midstream is with the previous speaker. I tend to put the midstream to constitute mainly of the aggregation, bulking, and the evacuation of the milk. So I want to look at the processing and the marketing of the downstream as belonging to the downstream sector. So you'll pardon me and please understand it from this perspective. So if I see midstream as constituting the bulking, the aggregating, and the evacuation of the milk, it means currently in Nigeria, that sector, there's a vacuum in that sector. I would see a gap. A gap is where there is investment in the sector and then some gaps are established or defined. And so all you need to do is do one or two things to fill in this gap. In this sector, there's no gap because there's no investment. If I would like, I would say there's zero investment in this sector. And this is the key to dairy development because without milk bulking, without milk aggregation, even if you have 100-liter producing cow, you'll only keep it in your backyard or in your farm. There's nothing, literally nothing that could be done with that. And that's why we've been advocating all this while that let's aggregate, let's bulk, let's evacuate our half-liter producing cow. By the time we aggregate more, we'll be able to have more milk. So when we exhaust this, then we go back again. That is backward integration further into upstream where you have the production. And it's in that production will naturally become very, very robust once the midstream is well defined and established, and the necessary infrastructure is invested in. So the opportunities in this sector is there is renewable energy investment opportunities because that's what drives the cold chain infrastructure without the grid that is highly unreliable in our country. There is the bulking itself, which brings about the establishment of bulk collection centers as potentials were in other clients. And this means you have to invest in milk collection in bulk tank. And this bulk tank It could be an opportunity for our local fabricators to perfect in its production, because we have some internal incubation centers, for instance, that have started doing it. And once the patronage started coming, you will see the perfection. So what means the importation itself might not necessarily, it leads to saving of foreign exchange by the country. So there is macroeconomic advantage. There's a microeconomic advantage where the profitability of various businesses will be improved upon. Even the personal economies of those involved in these businesses will be improved upon. And there's no business in the world that impact directly on the bottom of the pyramid like dairy. Lots of speakers have said it. Giving cow to a person, a woman, a man, a youth, for instance, will in no small, just within 5 or 10 years, change the personal economies of those people that are privileged to have this, to handle this cows. But unfortunately, they will not be able to do anything if they don't have where to go, where to take their milk. I have seen this in Indian communities when I visited several times. And that's where the real cash cow concept comes about. And you go to a milk collection center in the evening, you see a child coming with a cup of milk, maybe half liter, and there and then he will exchange it with cash. So if he needs money, all he needs to do is rush to the backyard and milk a cow and rush to the milk collection center and exchange it for cash. What else could be better described as a cash cow in that element? Is zero in this country. And that tells you the opportunity that is in there. And that's why I'm calling for the backward integrators in Nigeria to please let's de-emphasize backward integrating into a 50-year long-term plan. I wonder if an importation of Frisian cows into Nigeria today will solve our daily demand problem in the next 5 years. How many cows we are consuming about 5 billion liters a day in Nigeria. We have 20 million cattle. If a quarter of them give you 1 liter, it means you have your 10 million liters or 5 million liters that meets the Nigerian demand. How many cows that give you 20 liters will you have to import, and for how long? And who has that capacity and patience? So when I hear of backward integration and I see people going far backward into importing cows to produce milk that I am sure in the next 50 years will be doing the same thing, it's makes me sad. I always ask that, okay, why don't you do this in paribus, if you like, that you backward integrate into importation of cows, and at the same time backward integrate into establishment of bulk collection centers. Once you establish the bulk collection center, what it means is you don't have to invest in cow, but you are in the dairy value chain. You will take all the benefits that is in there in the dairy value chain. The single digit interest rate facilities from the CBN, the anchor borrower scheme, name it. But you don't have a cow. All you need to do, and everybody knows, most of the best practice or most of the most rewarded investment in the agri space in Nigeria is outgrower scheme. Right. Outgrower scheme has demonstrated that. How do you get into outgrower scheme in dairy? It's establishment of the midstream through the bulk collection center and milk evacuation center. The question is, when you establish that, will the multinational manufacturers be willing to take that from you as a bulk, an aggregator? So this is the question that I hope the dairy policy will address. And if that is addressed, it is going to go a long way in making investment in the midstream sector or in the bulking and the aggregation and the evacuation stream very, very attractive. I must admit, or I must say that some of the multinationals have started backward integrating rightly. Some have established there's a sorry situation I just had from the Facebook from a friend that they've gone far in Obi in Niger State, but unfortunately they have a distance of bandits attacking some of their sites. And this is another challenge that we need to, it makes no sense of all the entire cascading tax products. And this, we can't do it ourselves. This is government responsibility, and it must face it if it wants this to sustain. And that's the only way you can encourage investment. As it is today, there's good opportunity in the industry, there's good opportunity in government, but is there incentive as a nation? Are we incentivizing investment in this sector? I will tell you no. But if the incentives, the right incentives are there, you will have your local investment, you will have even your direct foreign investment into that sector. Because the return is marvelous. I discussed with somebody just last week, and he told me in the entire world, and he met the narrator somewhere, the entire world, Nigeria has the highest return on investment. What it means differently, or in a nutshell, is you put in a dime in Nigerian business, you will make much more money than putting same or double that amount in Europe or anywhere else. So the same applies to investing in the midstream. So the opportunities are there. I hope I'm still within the topic. It's the opportunities are there, and all it needs is the incentive. And one of the things we always say, you cannot talk about incentive if you don't deregulate. If you like, I have to use this word, the midstream. The regulation is such a way, not government allowing people to play in it. No, it's already private sector, but the regulation is such a way that the incentive and the level playing ground is there for local players to play in it in such a way that the backward integrating into the midstream will make a lot of profit sense. Because what drives business is profit. If at the end of the day you invest in this midstream and you cannot, nobody take your milk, it makes no sense from your investment. So we need to do that, and I hope the dairy policy, which we are part of, and we've done a lot of work on it, will address this, and it will make the milk flow. And once that is there, the milk flows, and then I can guarantee you, from the statistics we have since 1999, hopefully it has improved upon discounting the security challenges we are facing. It's very likely that there will be sustainable supply of dairy into the country. And outside milk, I always give an example of myself in butter production, sometimes 5 years ago. When the forex exchange challenge, which happened by default, not by anybody's effort, it just happened by default some years back. And then some dairy companies could not import butter. And I was approached by one in Lagos, asking me if I could purchase, but I told me, why not? And I invested in butter production and got in the equipment. I did not take that. I was able to start producing butter some months later. And he took sample and took it to Germany, where he used to import his butter from. And the result came out that the butter produced by us is much better than what that comes from Europe. And it's a process that our own cows that give low yield has a higher butter fat content. And that's what is called butter production. And by that alone makes our butter much better than the imported. So we come back, we're all happy. Business boom, foreign exchange became available again. And he abandoned me with my dollar was set at that. He went back into production again, which is much better for him in terms of business, but very, very bad for the country, bad for the economy, bad for my own personal economy and business, and I'm sure bad for everybody that's doing good for the country. So, but we cannot continue to allow ourselves. We dusted our laptops, went back into seeing what we can do together, and we come up with various programs in the market again. So, that's as the prophet says, most of the time when you have some of us successfully operating in the space, you only look at the product and you see the picture of that. But I can tell you, it doesn't come easy. One of the most difficult business, but that doesn't mean it's not global. The only thing is, whatever you do in Nigeria, as someone said, if you pack, pardon my language, very well, you said it in Nigeria. And I told you when I was in Portugal, I was actually doing that literally. But I was packaging, poultry litter, and I was selling it heavily. And I went to Israel and I was selling spent layers exorbitantly. And I went to Israel and I visited a friend's farm in Israel and I saw him struggling to dispose of his spent layer. And he was paying someone to come and carry his spent layer to come and destroy it. I said, this I don't. In fact, I am paid. People queue to collect this one to go and this is how beautiful our country is. So there's nothing that comes. So then I told said there is 125 various things that can come out of milk. 125. Only 25 you can get out of crude oil. Apart from the barrel size and the barrel price, I'm sure you know the cost, how much the best. We're not just $100 per barrel, are we? From 60 something now, right? And how much is a liter of milk, raw milk? And when you convert it to barrel, little wonder some countries in Scandinavia and some parts of the European countries are dependent on milk for their source of foreign exchange. So we are so blessed. We can do a lot. So the opportunity is there in the midstream. And I said I defined my own midstream in the bulking. So you have to invest in bulk tank. You have to get cold chain infrastructure very robust. But most importantly, you have to have the market. And that has to be done by incentivizing the markets through government policy. And then there's opportunity. Someone can work, someone can decide to say, okay, I'm a transporter. Or some of the countries we travel, we see the way we see oil, petroleum moving from Lagos to the north and viral filling stations. That's how you see no tanks moving around. We can duplicate such in our country. And so these are the transport, these are the evacuators. So someone can aggregate and establish a bulk collection center, a bulking center, that's milk collection center. Someone can invest in transporting this, investing in the evacuation truck, the chilling tank. And then there are all sorts of opportunities in the midstream. So I think with this, I think it's something for us to go and think. You don't have to have a cow if you want to invest. You can actually invest in the dairy sector without having a cow. Then you can backward integrate into production by investing in animals. But immediately you can, there's that. And that is not even a gap, it's a vitamin, as I said earlier, which means you may be a pioneer in that area, and then you come and struggle with us, make your products sellable, profitable. And at the end of the day, we'll all be happy for it. Thank you very much. I hope I have said something good.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you so much for that, talking about investing in the midstream operations for sustainable milk supply in Nigeria. And I hope we have taken one or two lessons so we can go back and implement. There's so many opportunities in this sector for everyone to play in. So please, let's take these lessons and go back and prepare to make money. Okay, thank you so much for listening. And we will be going into our panel session at the moment. We are heading towards the end of our conference. So after this, we will be doing the breakout sessions. Just an information about the breakout sessions. As you registered, you got a participant tag. If you check your tag under the participant label has a number on it, either 1 or 2 or 3. So that means if you have 1 written on your tag, means you will be going to the breakout session 1. And the breakout session 1 is why dairy businesses and projects fail. Breakout session 1, why dairy businesses and projects fail. So if you have 2 written on your participants tag, you will be going to breakout session number 2 when it's time. And the topic for that session is to ranch or not to ranch. contextualizing production systems for long-term profitability. And if you have 3 written on your participant tag, so you will be at the breakout session number 3, which is backward integration in Nigerian dairy, lessons from the advancing local dairy development in Nigeria. That session will be taken by Dr. Hafsat Ali Grema. The first session will be taken by Mr. African Farmer Bogaji, and then the second will be taken by Professor Demo Kala. So let's go to the panel discussion. I will introduce the panelists. Yeah, the panelists, I belong that are distinguished panelists on the stage, and when they are seated, I will introduce the moderator who will take over from there. Please, as I said, immediately after the panel discussions, we will have a question and answer sessions. I know from what we have heard from Dr. Kelikume, from what we have heard from MD Abubakar, we have questions. And from what we will hear from the operators themselves, the panel discussion, we will also have questions. So we'll give opportunity for questions to be asked. Please keep your questions coming, and then we'll give you that opportunity to ask them, and we'll expect distinguished speakers and panelists to answer them. So the first on the panel, who will be joining us virtually? Are we ready? Okay. So I wish to introduce the distinguished lady on the panel, Mrs. Ndidi Unedi, who is the co-founder and managing partner of Sahel Consulting. Ndidi is currently outside the country, but she'll be joining us virtually, so we'll see her on the screen shortly. And she is the co-founder and managing partner of Sahel Consulting, Agriculture and Nutrition Limited. Ndidi has 25 years of experience in international development, and through her work with Sahel, has shaped agricultural strategy and policy and launched innovative businesses and ecosystem solutions in partnership with clients in public, private, and non-profit sectors. It is the co-founder of Ace Foods, chair of Nourishing Africa, and founder of Leap Africa. He holds an MBA from Harvard Business School and an undergraduate degree with honors in multinational and strategic management from the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. She is the author of Social Innovation in Africa, a practical guide to scaling impact, published by Routledge in July 2016. She is also the author of Working for God in the Marketplace. Please let's clap as we just clap for Ndidi, and I hope she's hearing us and seeing us as well. Could you just say hello to us? You are hearing us.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I hope you can hear me and see me.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me and see me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Okay. The second member of the panel, is when I invite him, he will come to the stage, is Dr. Aldu Grema, who is the Senior Program Officer, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, BMGF. Dr. Aldu Grema, MD, is a Senior Regional Advisor on Agriculture for Nigeria and West Africa, and of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation since 2016, and is based in Abuja. Please let's welcome him as he comes on stage. Our next panelist is Mr. Olaiwolaje Adekunle, who is the General Manager, Dairy Development Operations, Friesland Campina Wamco, Nigeria PLC. Please let's give him a round of applause as he comes up. Thank you very much. Our next distinguished panelist is Mr. Snorri Sigurdsson. He's the Senior Project Manager, Arla Foods Nigeria. Please give him a resounding round of applause as he comes on stage. And finally, we have Mr. Shane Shekari. is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Integrated Dairies Limited in Jos. Mr. Shekari is also the Treasurer, the National Treasurer of Kodara. So please let's give him a round of applause as he takes his seat on the panel. Now to moderate this very Mrs. Dolapo Enejo is the Program Manager and Technical Anchor, Agriculture and Food Security Policy Commission at the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. Mrs. Dolapo Enejo is a food and nutrition security professional and an all-round public health nutrition enthusiast. Her area of expertise cuts across simplifying human interactions and responses within food systems to address hunger and malnutrition, as well as mainstreaming nutrition in approaches to agriculture. Dolapo has served as a nutrition educator, food systems analyst, technical specialist, and advisor, training instructor, and facilitator, amongst other duties. She is a senior associate at the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and currently works as a program manager and technical anchor, Agriculture and Food Security Policy Commission of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. Please, with a round of applause, let us welcome Mrs. Dolapo Enejo, who will lead the panel to talk about strengthening the local dairy sector in Nigeria, addressing the pain points for sustainable impact. Thank you very much as we listen to our distinguished panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diana Bassi, for the warm welcome. And it's a great privilege and honor to be on this platform this afternoon with wonderful, distinguished panelists and seasoned experts in the dairy value chain. And I want to welcome you all this afternoon as we move quickly to the panel discussions this afternoon. So we'd like to take an opening statement in 3 to 4 minutes on what each one of you are doing in your respective companies and organizations regarding the improvement of the dairy sector and the local dairy value chain in Nigeria. So we'd like to hear from you. I think we'll take a start from my left-hand side, and we'll also be taking opening statement from Mrs. Ndidi. So Mr. Shekari, did I pronounce your name well? Okay, so please do go first.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shekari again. I'm the MD of Integrated Dairies Limited, and we're located in Jos, Plateau State. Right now, we operate through the whole value chain, right from farming for the animals all the way down to processing and marketing of our products. So already we operate in the sorry, I get confused. So we already operate in the upstream sector. But additionally, we're also empowering the community around us too in terms of an outdoor scheme. So we're encouraging them to actually invest in animals through the Anchor Grower program. And we, in turn, would also buy or take that milk from them. So far, that's what we are doing in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shine.
Yeah, thank you very much. Like I said, my name is Noah Silverson, and I work for Arla Foods. I'm a foreigner, as you can see, probably. I'm from Iceland, in the North Atlantic Ocean. The 20th year FAO has celebrated the World Milk Day. It started in 2001, so this is actually quite a remarkable day. But yeah, I think that's goes for applause. I think 20 years is a good thing. What we are doing here is, as you know, we're an international multinational company, and first work with packaging and import, but we are also in backward integration up in Kaduna. the dairy state of Nigeria, as we call it. We have we buy milk saying we have milk collection centers with tanks and cooling facilities distributed in different areas. So we work with the milk from the locals and produce from it in our dairy factory in Kaduna. And now we are building up in Damao a huge project for 1,000 local farmers, where they will start milking hopefully later this year or early next year. And we have our own farm building that one there too. And we're trying a new approach to get more milk from the local farmers. They will get their own land and good facilities and actually import cows to jumpstart the production to a higher level. So we assume we will get there about 20-25 kilos per cow per day, which is quite a lot above the local milk, as you know. So that's in quick terms what we are doing here. I've been working with development projects in many different countries over the last 30 years. So I'm very happy to be here in Nigeria.
Thank you very much.
Very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adikole John. I'm the General Manager for Dairy Development for Friesland Cambina One Co. What we've been doing for the past 10 years is dairy development. We led the backward integration in Oyo, Ogun, Kwara, Osun, Niger State, and we are also moving to Abuja as I speak to you. So we, like MD Abubakar just mentioned, yes, we are the biggest player in the country, but we're also the biggest in the dairy sector right now, the dairy development. We're working with about 10,000 farmers as I speak to you, and that has led us to a new product called pig yogurt, which is 100% raw milk. So for people around here, that's to show that it's possible in Nigeria. That's one. And then what we are doing now, we're trying to accelerate the dairy development in the country. We have brought in we formed the new consortium, having 3 new partners. One of the biggest, Boots from the United States, is here to help us, as the FAO representative just mentioned, to help us accelerate genetics, improve the genetics of our cows in the country. We also have Barenberg, who's going to help us in terms of feed. And we have Agrifed, who's going to support us in terms of veterinary services and also advice for our farmers. So we have looked at those critical chains as Friesland Campina, and we are ready to accelerate. So we launched April 20, and as for people in this space, we are not just collecting milk, we are also in the chain, a big chain, where we run our milk collection centers. We've got 27 milk collection centers in the country, and we are forced to move more in new states as we have opportunities. So we are really playing big in that sector, and that's why we built a giant plant in Lagos and another one coming up in Abuja around November to actually collect this milk. And like MD Abubakar said, it's a whole lot. We invested from grass to glass, so that's for us. And we also have different projects, from the pastoralist angle to the smallholder dairy to the large scale. So we're working with all those groups to be able to get what we want to get and also accelerate Nigerian dairy. So thank you very much. At the end of the day, I want to see that at this conference, that we end up with a solution to have the right quality first, because human safety is number 1, and 2, the quantity, while we nourish Nigeria with quality dairy nutrition. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Abu Rema, and I represent Million Religious Foundation. I'm the Senior Regional Advisor for Agriculture. Our office is based here in Abuja, but we have a West African footprint. For us, as a donor, as a philanthropic donor, the dairy sector offers huge attraction from different points of view. For starters, the Nigerian dairy particularly is so critical to social inclusion. By working with pastoralists, livestock producers who have been probably isolated from social services and from access to service provision, you are bringing them back into the economy and from providing opportunities, not just for buying and taking their milk, but for developing their social dynamics and also key aspects of nutrition, adult education, and access to social services like basic banking and financial inclusion. They are almost completely excluded. So we see this as a huge opportunity. We also see the dairy as a very nice magnetic platform for collaboration. All the panelists here, at least, yeah, all of them, we've done partnerships with them. Some of them we are currently doing work together with President Contina, which has been in Nigeria for over 60 years. We've piloted innovative approaches as well. So we like the dairy sector as a donor, but I think for us, the ambition is to make sure we have a critical mass of donors who are also venturing into the dairy sector. And between us, we can have a critical mass and also complementarity. It is a donor orphan, if you like. There aren't many donors in this space, but things are changing. I've had Dutch Development Corporation wanting to venture into this space, and you've had from the FAO, this is also an area they're looking at. So our ambition and hope is that Nigerian government investment, private sector investment, along with donor support, will galvanize this sector to greater heights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Albuquerque. Can we also have a please statement from Mrs. Ndidi Mwuneli?
Good afternoon, all of you. It's really a pleasure and privilege to be here. I hope you can all hear me clearly. First of all, I want to congratulate Kodaran and the team for organizing this. Sahel Consulting under the Aldine project is actually incubating Kodaran, and we launched the annual dairy conference last year, and this year passed it on to Kodaran to continue. And I'm so proud to see that this has happened, and I thank all the sponsors and all the participants. I also want to especially thank Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and Dr. Audu Grama, because through his support, we're able to launch the Nigeria Dairy Development Project in 2017 and supported LNZ and Friesland Campina to achieve many of the wins that they have described. And through the Advancing Local Dairy Development in Nigeria project, which includes IDL, includes Arla, Sebore, and Saj Foods, we're pushing to transform the agriculture and dairy sector in Nigeria. And for those of you who don't know about Aldine, I'll just tell you a bit about Aldine. It builds on the great work of the Nigeria Dairy Development Project, and Aldine was formally launched in 2020 as a 5-year project focused on transforming the dairy sector. It includes many components, which are really focused on addressing many of the issues that Dr. Kalukume and Alhaji Abubakar spoke about. And I think Aldine is very innovative because it actually did a complete diagnostic of the sector and is taking on each of these issues. The first one is farmer organization. Aldine is putting farmers into clusters and linking them to many of the companies represented in this hall. And we're expanding to include many more over the next few years. Training the farmers to ensure hygienic milk practices, providing them with infrastructure such as solar-powered boreholes and milk cans, and ensuring that they meet the standards of our dairy processors. We're also investing in self-help groups and cooperatives, ensuring that these communities not only become self-sustaining, but also can diversify their income sources and ensure the empowerment of women and the nutritional status of their communities. We're investing in artificial insemination because we believe milk productivity and yields are critical. We're also investing in a whole feed and fodder industry, which is extremely innovative, but very difficult, ensuring that our cows do not have to travel to get food and that all year round we have access to nutritious food. Finally, we're investing in a policy landscape, and that's why we've been incubating Kodaran, supporting Diana Bassi and his team, but also ensuring that we shape the dairy policy through our National Advisory Council, through our state committees, and through the engagement with so many of you sitting in the hall. So for me, Aldine is such an innovative intervention, which if we continue to push and work collaboratively, will showcase how Nigeria's dairy sector can be transformed. And again, this is thanks to all the partners represented here and to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We look forward to working with more of you and addressing more of the challenges collaboratively. Thank you so much.
Mrs. Ndidi on the opening statement, as well as our distinguished seasoned panelists. So I would like us to also take rounds to talk about how we are inculcating backward integration in our different respective companies to ensure like a multiply effect and the viability of the commercial dairy sector. I know that a lot has been said today about economic diversification, moving from crude oil to now having tanks of milk in different states and within the subnational and even at the national level. So let's take turns from Mr. Shane talking about what approach exactly are you utilizing in your company as regards backward integration for the multiply effect and the viability of the commercial dairy sector in Nigeria. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. So at Integrated Dairies, we've been on, we started our backward integration project probably about, I think about 4 or 5 years ago. And since then, we've been collecting milk from the local communities, both near and far, as far as Bauchi. I think that's the way up to Locos area of Plateau State. We've actually been engaging with the pastoralists there, and we've been collecting milk. One of the challenges we've had over the period has been, which is also another, should I say, area of concern for me out of all the areas of, should I say, when we look at all the pain points that have been discussed so far. One of the areas of concern for me, which has also hampered serious progress in this area, has been the health of the animals. And that's one area which I think people are not looking at. In the 4 years when we started, we asked me, what's the big challenge for milk collection? The first thing I'll jump to say is, bad roads, electricity, poaching. But as the years go by, I think for me, the major challenge is actually the health of the animals. Well, let me start with the problem. One of the things we noticed over the last 1 year or 1.5 years is that we'll be going out to buy local animals for our crossbreeding program. And one of the problems we see is that a lot of the animals are infected with respiratory illnesses. Now, because this is there, a lot of the pastoralists actually treat their own animals on their own, more like self-medication. In going further, we also found out that there are, let me use Plateau State as an example. There's somebody that sells veterinary medicine in Plateau State. Million naira worth of medication and vaccines for animals in that store. Just hang around, and their job is to go around and administer this medicine to farmers. So if you come to him, my animal is exhibiting this symptom or whatever, he will just point out one of his workers there to follow you to your farm and go and treat these animals. Now, if you have this kind of process going on, it also affects the kind of milk that you get, and that is what actually affected our milk collection program. People were medicating their animals and at the same time supplying you with that milk. On a number of occasions, we had to throw away quite a large amount of milk because they had traces of antibiotics in it. So that is a major concern for me. If you go to the abattoirs, using Joss again as an example, and you watch them slaughter these animals, yes, some of them look healthy on the outside, but by the time you slaughter these animals and you look with it, you see that these animals are infected in terms of their organs. where people know the dangers of consuming milk that potential or milk that has antibiotics in it. I think we're going to have a big problem. The project we've been working on has been our own local outdoor scheme. So what we're doing is we're now teaching and equipping the community around us on how to hold and manage 5 to 10 animals. We're teaching them how to farm for those animals. We're teaching them how to take care of the health of those animals. And in turn, we would now buy their milk from them. So this we're also doing on the Anchor Grower project. So that's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. We'd like to hear from you, Mr. Sinobri. Are you utilizing backward integration? What can we learn and what are the challenges?
Yeah, like I said in my introduction, we have like 3 different projects. We have the military project where we work with the local pastoralists. That's where we have the milk collection centers, the cooling tanks, and so on. Then we have the new project in Damao, which is a huge investment both by the Kaduna state and with the loans from the government and so on. That's a new project, new approach. It hasn't been done in Nigeria. Actually, hasn't been done in Africa or anywhere else, as far as I know. This approach to establish a completely new area of milk production. So we are very excited about that. First, we hope it works. We know it works. We believe in the project, and then it can be copied. We need a project like this. Actually, I calculate if we just want to keep the milk consumption at the same rate for the Nigerians as it is in Africa on average, and because the number of people are increasing quite rapidly in Nigeria, we need 7 those big Damao areas every year just to keep up with the babies coming. So that's a lot of milk we need to produce in the years to come. We're talking about 350 million liters every year, and now we only produce about 700. So we have to every second year double the milk production in Nigeria, basically, from where we are now. So it's a lot. The Damao project is a fantastic project because there we have feed production and irrigation and so on. Then we have our farm. It is basically a training and teaching facility, especially with focus on women, of course, on men too. But we will have special training facilities on the farm. State is our farm with cow cooling, cow watering, irrigation systems in the fields and so on, and crop production. And our goal is to produce over 40 kilos of milk per cow. So we want to have a demonstration farm where we can show what is possible. Not everybody can do it, not everybody has to do it, but to have a showcase for the local farmers. If they want to go a different way, there is a way, like we do it in Denmark, like we do it in Israel, like we do it in China now, in the Middle East. It's a different approach, but that's where you can get a lot of milk from the cows. So it's threefold. We have 3 legs under our project. We have a lot of training sessions with local farmers, with the pastoralists. We also have grass growing, teaching them to grow grass, to use irrigation and so on, and water, and give water to the cows. 90% of milk is water, so that's the most essential feed for the cows to get. I have access to 24/7. So that's something we have been doing a lot. Some farmers they don't want to change, and that's okay. If you don't want to change, that's your opinion. That's you have the right to do that. And sometimes we assume everybody wants to go our program for different kinds of people out there. Some want to take it slow, some want to go fast, and then we need to have a different ways, and that's what we're basically doing in Alabus now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sinobri. Mr. Lai, will now over to you. I would like to hear some of the lessons you've learned in the couple of years you've been engaging in backward integration?
Thank you very much. 10 years that we've been working on dairy development in the country. I'd like to tell you that it's not that easy. When I look at every Blackout sites, I say, well done. Working with our dairy development projects have been a very fantastic project, but then we had some challenges. But I would like to share how we started this in 2010. We started by training our farmers because we believe training is key, not just collecting milk, because not all the milk we collect today are good. I tell you already that when we started dairy development, the first thing we collected had a bacterial load of 5 million CSV per milk. For some of us that are not scientists, but then you know what it means. That's dangerous to human consumption. So first thing we had to do was to train the farmers. We had to go interior, work with them, train them, and bring them to the level where we collect the milk. And then we started to institute what we call good dairy farm practices and the HACCP, which is looking at the critical control points. People look at it in the processing industry, but it applies to the farmland. So if you to the grassroots, you need to look at all the critical control points, which is like, for instance, you see, you're training the farmer to say, this is how to do hygiene, and it doesn't have good water. So that's what we started with. We had to invest in solar power poles in this community. As I speak to you, we have over 105 solar power poles built by Islam in these communities to help them in terms of hygiene. That doesn't really help. That is one lesson we also need to learn. While you're training people, you also need to empower them. That's one of those lessons. Another one is about food safety, which I mentioned already. We have to invest in a lot of testing equipment. I will tell you already, I think there's already an example in the hall where I dare say the milk will collect out of politics. The team of Islam did a wonderful job. A lot of guys worked in the villages to do a lot of testing. We have to test 100%, and I speak to you, we still do testing 100%. What would we do? We also built our milk collection center close to the farms because MD also mentioned that logistics, the roads are bad and all that. But then we went interior, we built, trained them, and tell them that within 20-30 kilometer radius, you have to bring your milk. By so doing, you're also helping the farmers. Apart from training, if it takes a longer time to bring the milk to the collection, that is a big problem. But based on what we've done, we've gotten a lot of results in that. So lesson learned is build your milk collection center close to the farmer to help them. That is another lesson we need to do. Take up yourself. Then we move to crossbreeding. Lesson learned in this is when you are working with a young farmer, you don't just come with a breed. You need to demonstrate this. We've been able to demonstrate this on farmers. I will speak to you. Some pastoralists have crossbreed and they're in the back of their homestead. That is happening right now. And they are beginning to see the effects. And they're the one asking, oh, John, some say we want Friesland. They're even calling the entities of Friesland. Can we have more crossbreeding program? We have seen the effects. So showing, another lesson is showing them the right path. You have to be with them before they follow you. Then job creation. A lesson learned is that the value chain. The speaker spoke about it, about job creation. It's huge. We see job creation in our milk collection centers. You find a place where in the morning, a woman is bringing rice to give to the farmers. And from that, she has built her own home block in that village. It tells you the dairy value chain, which we are doing with our dairy program, brings a lot of job. You also see transporters. Some farmers will say, oh, I cannot come to the collection center, I have to graze my cow, I have to go. When you see young graduates, young guys going to the village to help them make their milk very early in the morning, and they're making as close as about 2,000 naira in less than 1 hour. So that brings a lot of job creation in the value chain. And we'll see veterinarians coming to also help our farmers in the village. So it created a lot of jobs. Like the crossbreed also had artificial inseminators coming to help do all this. So a lot of value chain creation has been enhanced through our dairy development program. And in all this, I also want to say that we are not only in that, we also have our partners to scale We also have Federal Minister of Agri that we work together, and then recently Central Bank of Nigeria was also supporting us because we believe in replicability and partnership. They mentioned about partnership, and I'd like to say that that's the very right word. Partnership and collaboration is the only way the dairy sector can move forward. If we stay here from morning to night, say whatever we want to say, if we don't partner, if we don't collaborate, we will not move forward. So partnership is key to the next to dairy development. And I would like to say also the women development angle. People, as said here today, if you understand how some of the pastoralists work, it's different. The women own the milk. So the women are actually involved. We work with women for about 10 years and we've seen women champions. Today, they are the advocate of, oh, we want price increase. Today, because they get fund from that. They are the advocate of hygiene. It amazes you that we have to do training for our women. The women, because they are the ones that collect cans from their men after we supply those hygienic cans to them to control quality. But they clean the cans. I mentioned one typical village that we work with in New York on my experience actually. They are the ones that pushes their husband. Can you supply the milk to the milk on time? Because we need our money. Because they know from our training that if they don't supply on time, what happens to them? It gets spoiled and will not pay them. So everybody is involved in this dairy value chain. And then I would also like to say that we also started a BOBI project with the Central Bank and the FMAC, which is doing very well. But then I know there are ups and downs somewhere, but then it's also a replicability of what we are doing in other states. We are beginning to replicate this small model, the pastoralist model that we are seeing success in it. For us, as a big period, we've done about 40 tons per day, 40,000 liters per day. We're not there yet, but we want to be there. But for me, that's replicability. And then we also have FW projects, which is moving a farmer, a pastoralist from where they are to the next stage. So before we finish with those pastoralists, we already have another group of farmers we're working with. These are 20 FW farmers, retreat farmers, train them. They are working with crossbreeds. So lesson is learned from there is that while you're trying to transit from people to that level, you already have another people waiting to move to the commercial farms. So they learn from those farmers. Today we call them master farmers. We invested in all those farms and we're supporting them. And I'm very proud to tell you, one of those farmers gives about 15 liters, but also it's evidence in the chain. 15 liters crossbreeds, which for me is the solution to Nigerian dairy sector. We talked about it. There's not about importing cows. Yes, we can import crossbreeds, but for me, it's about knowing the breed. I think Mr. Albi is an expert in this. We need to know where these cows are coming from. And you don't even know the genetics. You don't even know what father, what mother has this cows. Experts in the animal, they know about this very well. So species, recording, we also need that. That's the lesson learned that we need to know what and what we are bringing to this country. And that's why for me, crossbreeding our local breeds is the key to dairy development. I would like to quickly just say replicability is the last I will mention. Everything we are doing today, we need to replicate. Replicate, replicate, replicate. That will be my final word for you. Let's replicate what is working. Let's scale it up. And let's move the Nigerian dairy industry forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olaiwola. I love the key words on replicability, scalability, data-driven solutions. And I believe we will move forward with the dairy value chain when we are able to integrate all of this into what we are doing. So, Dr. Aldo Bremer, we would like to also know how the support you have provided in the dairy value chain has been generating impact, or what impact has been recorded, and what are we looking forward to in the future within the local dairy sector?
Thank you very much. I think we need to accept that there is a very long gestation period before you begin to see impact. You can see some early green shoots when you support small scale and middle level dairy development sector in Nigeria. The early green shoots comes around from the dairy community, particularly as John said, the women who own the milk get a lot more family income. At the beginning of the program, we've done a baselining of where they are at. terms of access to finance, access to livelihoods opportunities, and the general income and nutrition outcomes of the family. And 2 years later, when we did this assessment again to see post-impact evaluation of the pilot program with John and LNZ, it's incredible to see the numbers. It's still early days, but you can see how families are reporting increased income in some cases, doubly, because they have an assured market. The milk production center provides a ready market. They tell us stories about how in the past they need to come to the village square to vend their milk, and if there are no buyers by 2 o'clock, they empty the milk onto the ground and go back to the farmstead because they know another volume is waiting for them in the evening. But now there is a commercial of taker, as he said, there is a motorized aspect to delivery of milk to the production center, and there is also a very systemic arrangement to pay them milk for the milk through bank account that they set up. Some of it with their own bank accounts, and in most cases with their husbands. And you won't believe it, there's a very respectable cultural code within the planning community who will say the money is sent from the bank account to my husband, but they always give the money to us. Because the planning man is a cultural taboo to spend the money. They would rather borrow. They even report it to us how they will borrow. So in terms of family well-being and level of stability, there is some idea. But what I meant by a not gestation period is the genetic improvement cycle you need to do to up the milking capacity of our local laboratories takes a long while. When you do AI insemination, you have to start a year earlier, identify the animals, synchronize them during the heating cycle, and then you administer the AI and wait for the calving to happen, which is about 9 months or in some cases a year and 2 months. And when that calving happens, you also have to take care of the crossbreeding for at least 3 years before it will be in a ready shape for it to be served. And then the milk will start coming. So that long haul period, some of them don't have the patience, but you need to explain to them. And once they see the cow that is now becoming a cow, a heifer, then they get very excited. And as John said, some of them are now harvesting 50 liters per day compared to 2 liters a day. So this to us are important. But there are some other wider impacts in our view. The impacts of stabilization. Just drinking water supply, authorized borehole, so that local infrastructure becomes an aggregative magnet. We've seen in different parts of Nigeria where just one borehole triples the density of pastoral families around the world. Unbelievable. They call their folks and friends who have gone far ashore to come back. So there's now very good water supply for our house and for ourselves. And within the borehole establishment, we also provided toilet services, water and sanitation and hygiene. And it's a developmental impact that you would think it's nothing. City and borehole doesn't cost a lot of money. So you can see the attractiveness of pulling the population together around the borehole is incredible. We've seen it in northern Oyo, we've seen it in Kano and many areas where the borehole is the single driver of change in our society, just water provision. We've also seen impact in another way. Pizza fodder is a massive demand. You can increase quality through genetic improvement, but you can also increase it through nutrition. If you provide pasture and fodder, particularly with concentrate and specific legumes, milk will flow considerably more than what you have right now. But we don't have a service market for this. People like to forage, and as a result, we have all these clashes everywhere. But developing the private sector fodder market, teaching the private sector how to do silage and hay, and how to add concentrate, and let them take it on their own to vend it as a business is the way to go. If we develop that space, honestly, all this transform the movement will do. However, for us as a donor, the key learning is because we're a donor and we fund the initial pilots of pasture and fodder production, they see as a free largesse. We subsidize the first year to do business. The people I donor, you should pay for this because So there is an issue of mindset change needed to all private sector operators. The business opportunity can't just be subsidized this every time, it's not sustainable at all. But I've also seen examples of how animal health is likely going to be probably one of the cases that we are trying to go into the programming area to provide access to veterinary services at a small scale level. We've innovated a pilot with Zotis, but the penetration of the pilot population was very small. We are trying to now change that and change the programming approach. If we have people who are vetted through a certified system, not just people who are just talking, then access to veterinary health will improve tremendously. We also see another issue for impact. If we can develop the other side of the dairy establishment that we don't talk about, urban and peri-urban dairy. We see it in big cities, people with 5,000, 10,000 around that backyard, raising these cows, generating milk and selling those milk. You will probably have about a dozen of those in Kano and other big cities in Nigeria. Africa, this is the mainstay of the dairy economy. Urban and peri-urban dairy. Neglected in Nigeria, but it's a very important source of getting dairy in time as well. Because the South African pastoral cows are a lot more for meat rather than for dairy. But they get peri-urban one is really close to the profit. So we hope that some of these areas will lead to greater productivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Albert Brenner, for that contribution. Mrs. Indidi Wuneli would like to know what the Aldin project is doing in Nigeria to improve the local dairy sector, and what lessons can we learn? What are the challenges? What are the challenges being? We'd like you to speak to that quickly.
Thank you so much. You can't separate anything the other panelists have said from the Aldin project. Like I said, they've all been parts and they're all parts of the Aldin project. So the IDL issue around antibiotic use, the ARLA issues that have been raised around scalability and community engagement, even the Friesland Campina stories and issues all resonate with us because we're part and parcel of the Nigeria Dairy Development Project. And Dr. Audu has covered so many of the issues we're faced with feed and fodder, financial inclusion, community development, and the long lead times required to transform. I'd like to add two other issues. And thankfully I'm abroad, so none of you will throw tomatoes or spoiled milk at me. But I think that if we gather the sector together, this is an opportunity for us to be honest with each other. And the first issue I'll lay on the table, which continues to limit the sector, is the issue around ensuring that we are truly committed to backward integration. There's a very dangerous trend in many countries, and we're seeing it in this play out in the dairy sector in Nigeria. The trend around, are we doing corporate social responsibility, or are we doing dairy development, backward integration? Are we appealing to the central bank or to government officials to give us concessions? Or are we really committed to building a supply chain that's profitable and sustainable? And sometimes when I hear players in the sector, I see that we model a lot of this. If we're really committed to backward integration, then we have to commit to a few things. The first one is that we have to be very transparent about what we're really doing as CSB and how much milk we're actually collecting and how much milk is actually entering into our value chain. And when a lot of players are committed to backward integration and working together, sharing data, sharing best practices, will really unlock the potential in the sector. So my first challenge to the players in the space is that we have to be honest about what we're actually doing and what we're actually committing to. And there's a real tendency, and I think we have to blame some of our regulators as well as the public sector that has created these distortions that we currently have in our ecosystem. And I would actually say some of it is smoking mirrors, where people are advertising that they're doing so much, but when you actually come to see how much of it is entering their value chain, there's very little. So that's the first thing. The second is the important role that our ecosystem plays. When you think about the dairy sector, it's not just agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture, it's Ministry of Trade and Investment, it's the central bank, it's Ministry of Water Resources. It's a whole range of agencies at the federal, state, and local level that have to work together to ensure streamlined policies. Those streamlined policies are really, really critical so that Ministry of Trade and Investment is supporting local sourcing. Ministry of Water Resources is supporting our efforts to build solar-powered boreholes, our irrigation efforts, and it's cohesive. Even our nomadic education centers are supporting local education, and our vet care is cohesive. So we need across the board, all our agencies to work together. And we're doing this through Aldine. So we've created the National Advisory Council, and we have representatives from not only NESG, but also NABG. We have representatives from the presidency. We have Federal Ministry of Trade and Investment, Water Resources, Women Affairs. And it's important that as we're developing these policies and we're sharing knowledge, we come together to shape an enabling environment, because that's critical. And then the last piece I want to throw out is the need for us to actually invest in education. Through Aldine, we've been training our extension officers. We realized that for many, many years, we've neglected to create a cohesive extension support network for the dairy sector. So Aldine, all the training programs you've heard Arla talk about, IDL, even Friesland Campina, we've developed the training materials. We've developed videos, we've developed posters, but we've only been able to work with thousands. We need to train hundreds of thousands of extension officers. We also need to train vet doctors. We need to create an ecosystem where we have trained vet doctors that can administer drugs, but also administer support and provide artificial insemination to improve the genetic yields of our livestock. And I think it's really, really critical that we learn from best practices. We don't have to reinvent the wheel in Nigeria. We see what India has done, and through NDDP, we were able to send, even John went on some of those trips. We went to Kenya, we went to India with many of you in the hall. And through the funding of Gates Foundation, we learned what India had done. We learned what Kenya had done. They didn't only work in ranches, they did both smallholder development and ranching. And together they were able to promote a whole cohesive sector. And ultimately, who are we trying to transform? The lives of the consumers, the lives of the smallholder farmers. We want to address the nutritional status. We want to empower our communities. And because we've seen them do that in Kenya and India, we believe we can replicate it in the Nigerian context. And I think working collaboratively, partnerships and scaling, we can do it. The last point I'll make is I spent about 2 years working on a book called Food Entrepreneurs in Africa, Scaling Resilient Agriculture Businesses, which was published earlier this year. And through this book, I interviewed 80 entrepreneurs across Africa who have scaled. And one thing we talked about is the importance of replication, but the other thing is the importance of business models that are sustainable. Business models that are not donor dependent, business models that make business sense, business models that are rooted in the demand in the ecosystem. And in our country, it's demand for fresh milk, it's demand for yogurt, it's demand for milk, ice cream, all the dairy products. We have to ensure that that is demand driven and that changes behavior across the ecosystem. Another key component is the use of innovation and technology and the use of data to improve and to learn. And I think we have to, as an industry, and Coderan, this is a responsibility for you, produce the data, share the data so that we're working with informed data to shape the work we do collaboratively so that next year we're not having the same discussion. Next year we're saying in 2021, this was where we were with local sourcing. In 2022, this is where we are. And that is undisputed data that the industry accepts, that we leverage innovation and best practices and we share it. 3 is that we shape collaboratively the ecosystem to ensure policies that work for us. And we're working on the dairy policy, but we need policies across feed and fodder, across artificial insemination. We need to incorporate every single component, even the demand side, into our policies. 4 is that we have efficient systems and structures for driving growth. 5th is the importance of telling our story and branding, which I think Coderan has started to do, working with all the players. And the final one is resilience. We know that COVID-19 was a shock. Dr. Kalukuma talked about it. There are going to be other shocks. Climate change is a shock that affects the dairy sector. Insecurity is another shock. There are going to be many more shocks. How do we build resilience into the Nigeria dairy sector? And through Aldine, we're learning the only way to build resilience is a cohesive approach, partnerships, learning, training, and investing resilience into our DNA. And I think working collaboratively through partnerships, sharing knowledge, being honest about whether we're doing real backward integration or CSR or CSV, and really committing as a sector to share our data, to share best practices, to share failures, and to be honest about where we are as a sector. If we do that, we can transform this sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Individu Nelly. A lot has been said, and that's a very profound contribution. I hear behavioral change communication, rebranding, and then sharing knowledge, building resilient partnerships within the dairy sector. So what we're looking forward to have Nigeria become in the next 5 to 10 years is that Nigeria would become a net exporter of milk and other milk products, I mean, within the region and also outside Nigeria. So we would like to take questions from the audience. If you have any questions for any of the panelists, important questions that you think you still need a clarification on. We'll be taking questions now. I can see 5 hands raised. Yes.
Thank you very much. Permitting to stand. My name is Joseph Papa. I'm the Federal Department of Animal Husbandry Services, about the project. I want to say that this is a very good forum. I'm happy to hear all you have come to hear today. Elijah Ubaka, LNC, based on his passionate presentation. From what he said on the investment in the Midstream, maybe he will tell us, has L&Z practiced what you have said in terms of bulking and evacuation as a dairy processor? Then to all of you here are key players, Ala Foods, Wamco, Integrated Dairies. This is my first time or to hear or attend World Milk Day. I don't know if you're a previous one. If there were none, is there any plan? Do you have a baseline of your operation now in terms of the level of dairy development, our production, and what the goal will be by the time we'll meet again for the next year World Dairy Conference? You have that, then you may have to do that. Then thirdly, if your substitution or backward integration is progressive with more local content in your products, I should have expected less cost of your products for our consumption, but rather reduce quantity and higher price. I used to buy a pack of water 3 crowns. It's like it's becoming unaffordable for me now. But if we are having increasing level of inclusion with what you have said, I think we should be able to afford it more than ever. I want you to consider that, so that with promoting take or make, affordability is very, very important. And one of the benefits of it is that we have a greater percentage locally sourced, then it will help us down. Then, I think this is what I missed one, but this I know. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
My name is Dr. Mohammed Yahuza. I'm a vet at Foundation, but I retired as a director of administration in the Federal Civil Service. I spent 15 years of my 35 years in the Federal Civil Service in a World Bank project that was implementing livestock trade, as they used to call it. I am excited and impressed by what is happening today. And it's the first time that I attend a conference since I retired in 2014. I was attracted by the World Day because under the World Bank project, there was a pilot dairy development project that was implemented by us, initiated, implemented. I am disappointed in the sense that most of the things that have been said from production, collection, processing, and marketing, there are huge lessons to be learned from what we have done. In 1988 or 89, I think, we went to India, visited Anand, studied a lot of the cooperative milk activities, and came back and started a pilot in Kaduna. That is the Kaduna Dairy Development Project. And there are two important things that we learned from that project. Number one is that dairy development in a developing country has to be separated into two. The development activity and the commercial activity. Now, the development activity is what the president, I think, has said. I was very impressed with what he has said. That one is government responsibility. Government has to be responsible for organizing farmers in cooperatives and making them, training them to be able to participate in the program, eventually owing the marketing aspect, the processing and marketing aspect. And there's a lot of information, probably on this, which I thought should be the foundation stroke of what you are saying today. And I was a bit also, I think it was Bremer that said that, you see, I remember when we came to the end of the project and the evaluation report was being done, one factor came out as the motivating factor for participation of pastoralists in the scheme. Is not the economic rate of return or whatever side, but the social side, that the leaders of the cooperative unions were telling us that connection at their doorstep prevents their women from going to the markets and, of course, doing things that they wouldn't want them to do. And that is more important than the financial aspect of the project. So those are also things that I thought you should build by this kind of organization so that we go ahead. Now, I would want to suggest that this kind of organization should form a pressure group. Anytime government is preparing a budget, annual budget for the Ministry of Agriculture, they should be involved. You should go and force yourselves from them. If you take, for example, recently I heard of this livestock transformation, blah, blah, blah. Now, I know that you cannot divorce dairy development from sedentarization or pastoralism. Somebody say we have 22 million cattle, and out of which I think somebody said about only 300 and something, or 3 something billion will be in lactation at any time. Now, that kind of statistics is going to be useful in the sense that if we increase the milk production, as Graham has said, by nutrition, where it is 2 liters a day, that you're multiplied by the number that is the number of animals that are detected. That's a huge amount that can go into processing and marketing. So it's very important that somehow you have to find a link between what you are doing and government policy development in the various sector, including the budgetary process. It's very, very important. And I think the other advice that I'm going to give is that I don't know what happened to the plant, but an organization like that of Bremer should be able to provide support where people are ready to cooperate and be part of the program. Donor organization should be able to provide that have been formed and assist the environment so that they can now be part of the process from production, processing, to marketing, etc., etc. So thank you very much, and I wish you a very successful activity.
Thank you very much. We'll only be taking 2 more questions, and please just let
Welcome to that. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Keynote. I am very fast entrepreneur, a very producer. It's quite interesting to listen to the panelists, but I don't want to go down a lot of things that I've already said. 2 issues tonight from first speaker and one from campaign. Sorry if I don't get the move right. There are 2 issues there regarding one, corporatization, which is key if you want to now organize the pastoralists to get value out of them. As dispersed as they are, you can come with the best intentions from the best friends. You can't catch them because they are dealing with moving targets. Corporatization is key. And I want them to throw more light on the experiences in dealing with pastoralists. One, from the health center, from the health aspect, from integrated dairies. The issue today is not that we have exhausted the potentials of feed the local cows. If they are doing 4 liters per day, we are not yet there because there are health challenges and nutritional issues. We are already exhausted their genetic potentials. And the discussions of integrated dairies have shown us that there are huge potentials there that are yet to be realized. Because number 1, there are health issues. Number 2, there are water issues. Today, near my farm, during the dry season, some animals drink water once in 48 hours. Once in 48 hours. How can you get milk from that animal? Because again, Dr. Bremer said there is an issue of water scarcity. It is just not there. If you bring that animal to Frisian and drop it there, the Frisian will die. You won't get anything from that. Because you are trying to launch intercontinental ballistic missile from the wooden canoe. You will not go to anywhere. So let us address issues of the dearth of rural infrastructure. You don't have water, you don't have roads, you don't have health. So how can you bring that animal there if it is supposed to give you 40 liters per day? You won't even get 4. Because the same hands, the same environment that is managing the local cow is why you are going to the local cow. There is the issue of capacity building, which is key. But even before then, you have to provide the health. You have to provide your infrastructure for environment to know. And that's what Ellen was talking about. There are communities today near where my farm is. By July, when there's sufficient grasses, they don't even milk because they can't evaporate the milk. They have to drain it in milk. So we need infrastructure to get that milk out of the processing area. So I please want to dwell more on corporatization, and then all the institutional bodies are here. Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development and many other institutions regarding animal welfare and health management. Issues about health, we have CBPP, we have Blackwater, we have LSD, we have foot and mouth disease. How do we address these issues as is? Number 2, Dr. Ndidi spoke about driving with numbers. If we live here today and we don't know how many pastoralists, how many cooperatives we are dealing with, how many periodical producers we are dealing with,
How many local breeds do they have? How many crosses do they have? By the time we come back next year, how do we measure our progress and performance? What are the key performance indicators? We need Quadrant to come up with numbers. What are we doing? 22 animals, 22 million animals. Is that what we are going to put on the table as far as executive to say, okay, we want to move them to the next level? Is it practicable? Is it possible? Let us find what we can choose. So that by the time we come back next year, we know, okay, last year we were here and we were able to move from point A to point B. What are the impacts? What are the ripple effects? What are the multiplier effects in terms of, family income, animal health, quantity of milk, butterfat content, and the rest of them. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, fellow participants, panelists. My name is Kenneth Ahani, the CEO Young Dairy PLC. We are doing our own dairy backward development in Kobe, United States. And we are co-located with WAMCO. John is one of our regular attendees at our regular meetings. And we are co-located with WAMCO, G Limited, Heritage, and Co. For us, we have started what we are doing there, and John has indeed highlighted some of the things we are doing there in terms of the pre-development infrastructure. And I think Dr. Kike did highlight that, we at the pre-development phase. But beyond that, there are some challenges that we see that I think we could highlight them in this kind of forum. One of them is security. Security is something that quite a lot of people have been talking about. Unfortunately, a few days back, we had a security breach. John, did I say security breach at the site in terms of the invasion of sites by local bandits? Is something I want us to address. One of the speakers here has already talked about the role of government in addressing issues relating to rural infrastructure, water supply, and all that, irrigation infrastructure. These are some of the things that the government needs to provide support for this sector to thrive and thrive very well. So we need to add security to it. We cannot push it away. We have to continue to discuss it. There's one other point I want to bring to the attention of this forum, which nobody has mentioned. Some time ago, for those of you who watched it on telly, the Nigerian appointed, the recently appointed WTO director, Nigerian, Mrs. Okonjo Iweala, visited Nigeria, and in the meeting with the CBN government, she did mention that the European Union has reported Nigeria to the WTO, and it's in respect of the importation of milk. Now, we didn't only talk about honesty. We need to be very honest about this backward. Honest about supporting us to develop our own local dairy backward integration. And then the MD of L&C did talk about the opportunity he had with the German partner who said, look, can you produce butter? And they went into the local production only for us to have a reversion of policy with respect to butter. And, importation again, behold, you did talk about the consequences, in terms of the losses it suffered. So we need to ask ourselves, how are we addressing the issue of the request by WTO to continue to allow importation of dairy products vis-a-vis our own desire to expand, enlarge, and extend our local dairy production? Thank you very much. That's my comment.
Thank you. I congratulate everybody for this program. My name is Ayos Akiba. I'm a dairy consultant and suppliers of dairy inputs to all sectors. I have two questions. The first question goes to all the practitioners in processing that are dealing with outgrowth. We all agree that during the dry season, there is shortage of feed, which is contributing to low supply of milk. What are the practices coming from the key stakeholders managing the feeding of these cattle? Because feeding is key to supply. The second question is to everybody. We have been talking about from the first speaker, doctor, he said the World Health recommended 210 liters per annum. And Nigeria is having an average of 8 liters. So if we actually look at these figures and multiply with the population of Nigeria, that means we have huge demand. But we have a challenge. How do you create a market without developing the milk drinking habits of Nigerians? So what do we do about it? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me first of all congratulate us all that we are here, and to thank the key players in this industry. My name is Professor Diego Kanda, and I'm going to speak to two categories. The first, have we evolved? That's the key players. Have you evolved a value chain for the low quality milk that we are likely to receive? Let's say, for example, high bacterial counts or low quality in whatever form that comes to you. Do you just simply reject it and then allow the farmer whom you are trying to encourage, suffer the loss? What form of insurance do we have? I speak for the poor farmers in this case. The second has to do with care. I'm a professor of animal science, and I'm concerned about our genetic erosion that is likely to occur by importing large foreign breeds without a definite trend in policy in terms of breeding and crossbreeding. I feel that it's important that beyond this meeting that we look at it closely so that in embarking on crossbreeding, that we are careful not to erode our local genetic resource, as others have actually pointed out, that we have not yet reached the maximum potentials by increasing adequate nutrition, water, health, and other inputs. I think that is important. I would like to also comment briefly about developing a database, so that the Kodaran and other experts in the field will be able to fall back on. For example, who is doing what, in what university, in what institution? Are we having any relationship, for example, with NAPI, with Nigerian Institute of Animal Science, with National Veterinary Council, with NGRI? If yes, how much funding is coming from these organizations, key players, to support your research needs? In the first instance, maybe for us to evolve an adequate extension system, and for us to evolve a good research policy, we must have your needs, your critical needs in the field, so that we can channel both postgraduate, undergraduate, and our research need trust in this area. I would like to comment also briefly on social interventions that rightly was Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has mentioned. And I commend it. Boreholes in rural areas that have brought in large populations. We need to do that also slightly with caution, because when animals also aggregate, in large numbers, they come also with their consequences of challenges to health. They also come with challenges of criminal element that is likely to come up with that. So I would want us to also link up with the nomadic education, so that the policies that have been started long ago should not be divorced. That the nomadic education should come in. Let's find a way of integrating this thing, because if we must move, from the local practice of sedentary people, then we must also find means in which we integrate them in. Thank you. I wouldn't want to bother us with other thoughts that I wanted to share, and to thank some other senior colleagues like Dr. Yakuza, who have shared his lessons in NLPD2 and some other projects. I feel that some of these points are things for us to know. So beyond the meeting, maybe we'll form a small group to see where we can carry this work further, so that we develop some databases of data in such a way that we can fall back on, and it will get double win for the industry, for the academia, for the regulatory agencies. And thank you.
Good afternoon. I believe you asked two questions, but two I think are directed to me, and one is to MD Abubakar. One had to do with prices going up and quantity used. I believe that was one, and another one, the baseline. What quantities are we producing today? What quantities do we expect to see tomorrow? On the prices going up and quantities going down, well, I've actually heard of one or two companies that tend to change the, what do you call it, the quantities on their packaging. So rather than having 1 liter, for instance, you would have less than 1 liter written on it, and end up charging you the same price. But that is not the case with integrated dairies. I know you mentioned you used to buy 3 crowns. Was it 3 crowns milk? Yes. Yes, you used to buy 3 crowns milk, but I still suspect that you are targeting me with that question. Now, prices of everything has gone up. If you look at what the foreign exchange was some time back and what it is today, there's a very, very, very big difference. Out of all the things that is done locally, the only raw materials that you get locally when you're producing yogurt is your sugar and your sugar and your raw milk. That's all you get. Everything else is imported. So you are forced to contend with whatever exchange rate is available at that time. Besides the exchange rate, there's also logistics. In the past, a 20-foot container to Nigeria from, let me use China as an example, was about $3,000. Now it's about $6,000. For a 40-foot container, I think it's, the last one we paid was $14,000. So the price of everything has gone up, and that's why I think the prices keep going up. So the question is, do you want to cut down on quality? Or do you want to maintain the quality and just charge an additional amount? So I think that's different for every company, and everyone will answer that for themselves. For the baseline, I can't really, I'm sure my colleagues here might have figures, but for me, I can't really give you an answer in terms of what the baseline figure is now. All I can say is what we're trying to do. And for us, right now, for instance, we have close to 800 animals on our farm. We're talking with about, I think it's 4,000 families in terms of outgrowers. And we're also talking with, based on the that Mr. Graber was talking about, it's actually something that we're about to start soon, where we have local families within our immediate area being able to house about 5 to 10 animals. We teach them how to take care of these animals. We teach them how to grow feed for these animals, and we take the milk from them. So based on that, I mean, depending on how we sign people up, that's when we'll be able to know, maybe after the first year, we'll be able to now start projecting in terms of how that is going to go. There was another question that was directed.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
So there was a question on animal health. To be truthful, I don't know what the answer to that is going to be, but I see that as a very, very big problem. Nutrition plays a very big part. Right now, for instance, we farm our silage every year. That silage is able to last for 10 years in our building, but generally we consume it within 2 years. But what you will still find is that our soil, let me use statistics in particular, our soil is depleted in many nutrients. There's no selenium, there's no magnesium. There are so many things that's missing from the soil everywhere. And once that's missing, it affects the feed that you're growing. And it also affects the health of the animal. So the only way to get around this, and we actually we're just partnering with the University of Jos in this, is to actually create, we're talking with them at how can we create microbial proteins which the animals can consume. So where you don't have, you're not able to get the protein either because it's too expensive, quality is getting lower by the day. We're hoping that if we can get this researched and produced, we'll actually be able to push that into the market as a substitute. And I don't, from my own little knowledge, you're able to feed your animal with micronutrients. You're actually able to cut down on your production costs. So by protein, microbial protein, you're able to cut down on your cost of feed by almost 70%. That's for protein. So that's all I can say on that. But
so Mr. Saying in just a few seconds, just give us a closing statement on what we think we can do to help Nigerians increase uptake of protein intake with the amount of protein deficiency that we currently have, since it's a World Milk Day and we're celebrating helping Nigerians improving local dairy production. So in closing, what would you like to say to all the partners here today?
okay, in closing, I'd like to say that there needs to be a lot of awareness. People still don't understand the nutritional benefits of milk. If you're going, I think one of the questions earlier was about if you're going to increase the market, you also need to educate the people, and I think that's very right. Or else what you will find is that you have a lot of milk and then not enough offtake of that milk, and yet end up wasting a lot. So we need to educate people, and I think once the education is there, there will also be that demand also for that milk. And I think that's the natural order in which we should take this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ashai. Mr. Sinobri, so what would you like to say on having a database and pushing the local dairy sector forward in terms of data-driven solutions? And also, what is your company going to do in terms of investment in research needs assessment?
Good question. We are already working with NAPRI on several things. We actually built the milk collection center and milking facilities at NAPRI. So we're working with them and supporting that. In general, on data collection or how to move forward, I truly believe in the free mind and the free spirit of the farmers. We have some farmers that want to continue their lifestyle they have. We have to help them to support that lifestyle in any way we can. If they want to the pastoralists continue to wander around, we have to move with them and find ways to collect the milk. In all the cases like EE here or like medium-sized farmers or big farmers in Nigeria, and that's the second group. That's the family farms that are stable with the local production, and that's something I also think we will have and have to have. But I also truly believe that if we want to increase milk intake in Nigeria and follow quickly up on milk volumes, of course we need to educate them, the consumers. But to get the milk volumes up there, we have to do it by industrialized farms. That's if you look at other countries that have been very far behind on milk consumption, like China, they have increased the milk production almost 4 times in only a few years. And they did that with the government and the local authorities helped investors to invest in land, to invest in farms, and build up a whole milk production. So I think basically, I truly believe that we have these 4 different cases, 3 different ways of production. And the collection of data, of course, is important to build on and use it in breeding or whatever we're doing. There was a question there about how to preserve the local breed and not to, because possibly the local breed has some potential still and not used. That's for sure that's the case, and that's the case we see in many other countries. But we cannot deny the fact that if you have the right environment for the Holstein cow, no other cow can beat that cow in production. That's the world record is over 100 kilos per cow per day. And no cow race or breed can come close to that one. So we have a different solutions in different ways for different people, and so we need to be to have a variety of choices. And I think what we all heard from everybody, we're basically doing similar things, working with the local farmers, how to improve in a different ways. There was a question about where are we next year? When we meet here, 1st of June next year. I quickly calculated we will have easy to say numbers when you come from a low level that we could say okay tenfold, but if you come from a low volume, in 5 years we will have about 50 tons per day. In 8 years or so, it's about 100 tons per day in Tamao, only in the Tamao project where we are working with the 1,000 farms in this new way, which I truly think is a world news coming out of Nigeria when it will be released, and it will be a success, I know.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sinogri. So, Mr. Olaiwola, we want you to also speak to how we can be transparent and honest in the way we trade within the region and internationally, and you also give us your closing statement in 3 seconds.
Thank you very much for that question. Yes, we are the biggest player. That's why I do directed question to us. But I would like to start by saying this quote. It's about honesty. If you say honesty, it's about what is our aim. When we talk about dairy development, how we process it at the end of the day. As I speak to you, if you look at this product I'm raising up, it's pig yogurt. This is 100% raw milk. I stand before you to tell you I started myself, one of my colleagues here, Dr. Sampson, who collected 400 liters, and it brings you back to data. 400 only when we started. If you want to do a product, when you talk about honesty, you would not produce any product with 400 liters. All you need to do is send it back and make the local cheese. You need to build a business case. When we started moving towards 10,000, yes, we're using it in our products, 10% into our evaporated milk. Today, when you buy your evaporated milk, there's 10% in it, raw milk. When we bring it as a formulation thing, which we tried during the peak season, it worked. And it's also When you talk about transparency and honesty, we have been honest where we work. For us at Friesland, when we mention CSR and business, we are in CSR and business. When we say CSR to Friesland Campina, it's about, for instance, if we build a borehole, that's CSR for us. But we're in business when we collect the milk and we process the right quality milk, not just ordinary milk. So if you look at this product came in 2017. This is honesty. This product is going to 1 liter. It's going to be a very big product. It's 100% yogurt. I'm proud to tell you this is 100% raw milk from Oyo, Ogun, Kwara, and Osun State. And in November, you will find another plant in Abuja where it's raw milk. So when you talk about honesty, you are honest about it. And I believe as partners here, we should all support ourselves to be able to supply raw milk to our plant. As I speak to you, part of honesty is that they're in Abuja, I need 20 farms. We're in collaboration with the University of Abuja, with Bowen University. It talks about honesty. We are doing trials with a lot of institutions. NAPRI is there. There's ERI. We also work with EFMA, like we mentioned. We are doing a lot of trials. And I just want to say that when you talk about honesty, it's about doing it right and then showing purpose. This is purpose. If you produce yogurt, if you are producing yogurt and you're using powder, I know there are a lot of food scientists in this house. If you produce yogurt with powder, it's different from when you produce yogurt with raw milk. It's very healthy. That's what I'm trying to stress. And I would like to close by saying partnership, collaboration is the key. No matter whatever anybody says here. When you have partnerships, what we are doing, we are attracting a lot of donors. If you do very well, donors will join. They will want to support you. But the first thing is doing it right first. If you are not doing it right, partners will not come to you. And that's what Friesland is about, honesty and transparency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, Dr. Aldo, so how do we ensure to continue to push for an enabling business environment in the dairy sector, and how do we ensure gender equality within the dairy value chain?
Thank you very much. We have a very important platform. We call it Agricultural Donor Working Group. All the donors that are active in Nigeria that have an agricultural portfolio, we've brought together to form this platform. And we're using it for policy advisory to the government. And I have to be honest with you, it's been well received. When we band together, we come as a collective whole. We give very synthetic advice, very objective to different arms of government, particularly the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Federal Investment, and Central Bank of Nigeria. And it's really been a really good experience for the last 2 years. Some of the advice we give, we cannot say what it is in public, because we're very critical and very honest, and they also receive it with the same degree of honesty. I feel this is the kind of relationship donors with the development. Go there with the policy advisory, give very incisive and compelling analysis of why we are given this advice, and the government will take it. And we are going to continue on this line in the area of dairy policy support kind of advisory. Different arms of government that have something to do with the dairy sector. We think it's not just the preserve of the Ministry of Agri. We think trade policy is a huge important element. Right now, people will tell you the reason why we have mostly vegetatively dry powder milk imported in Nigeria is because the import tariff is so small. It's just 5%. So it doesn't cost anything to bring it in. And honestly speaking, we also need to understand there is even a bigger challenge. Nigerians have forgotten about the taste of fresh milk dry product, like Jody said. We are so used to reconstituted yogurt and yogurty drinks from powder milk. These are another social education. People don't even know the difference anymore. Get people to understand that, look, if you are talking about robustity, very poor malnutrition figures, fresh milk dry product is the key. But to be honest with you, many people don't even know this is a glass of milk, it's a glass of milk. So it's a massive social change and attitudinal shift, which is a bigger problem to deal with. But we will continue as donors working together, providing advisory, informing content and specificity, as we've done, providing support to the Nigerian dairy policy, which been widely supported, and many other policy instruments, especially the wider national policy and poverty reduction policy. We think this is probably our best avenue for impact. In the knowledge and approaches as to where people have done this approach and it has worked, or where they've done the same approach and it has not worked, and the reasons why. We think as donors, this is the best thing we can do over and above funding development projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hauser Grema. And I would like to go to Mrs. Ndidi Uwuneli. A lot has been discussed here today on the dairy environment, the loads of crisis, and the issues, challenges, lessons that have been learned by our private sector partners. I would like to ask you to speak to how we can foster accountability and reporting frameworks within the dairy sector, and in few seconds also give us your closing statement. Thank you. Over to you, Mrs. Ndidi.
Thank you so much. So much has been said. I'll just say a few things as my closing comments. The first one is that ALDEAN, Advancing Local Dairy Development in Nigeria project, is a resource for the entire dairy sector. Through the support of the Gates Foundation, we have lots of great data. We have a weekly newsletter, which we share every week. If you're not on our mailing list, please reach out to the team members in the room. I think we have about 6 team members. So we share data on what's going on in the sector, best practices. We have conferences. As I mentioned, we started this National Dairy Conference last year, and we'll continue to support it going forward. We actually have training materials we're happy to share with all of you. When Gates Foundation funds projects, they also ensure open source. So we have videos, we have manuals, and we're happy to share them with all the local dairy processors in the room. We also have a sponsor radio shows, training communities in our 5 priority states: Adamawa, Jigawa, Plateau, Kano, Kaduna, and we're going to be extending to Nasarawa very soon. So these are radio programs. They are recorded, so if you want to use them in your state, we're happy to share them as well. And we've learned so much from all our interventions around artificial insemination, feed and fodder, training. So we have manuals, we have baseline data, we have a lot of good publicly available data that doesn't get into the specifics of our dairy processors, which we'll be happy to share. So I want to offer ALDEAN as a resource for the entire industry. So please reach out to us and tell us how we can help you. The second thing I'd like to mention, and I hope you can hear me clearly, it seems like there's a bit of distraction on the stage. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Because I think there's something going on.
Yes,
Okay. The second thing I'll say is that I think we are committed to strengthening Kodoran, and that's one of the reasons we're incubating Dena Abasi and his team in our office, because I believe that Kodoran should have a database of what is going on in the sector. One of the things we've compelled Kodoran to do is to start tracking our dairy imports and which companies are importing dairy. And what we've actually seen is that there's an increase in importation. And we've gotten very good data from the National Bureau of Statistics, and this data is publicly available. So Kodoran should be able to share the data with our ecosystem and to hold us accountable to ensure that we're reducing imports and not increasing imports. So that's one data point we can track. And the second is that through the baseline work that we've been able to create, we can aggregate it to be able to share sanitized data, and Sahel Consulting can offer this support. And then my final comment really is, as we look forward to the full year between this dairy conference and the next dairy conference, I'd like to challenge the ecosystem to embrace a few things. The first one is the importance of collaborative partnership. We're in the same fight. We are on the same side. We want milk that's affordable and available for our people. We want dairy products that are affordable and available for our people. We want to address the high rates of malnutrition in this country. We want to empower women, and dairy, as Dr. Audu likes to say, ticks all those boxes. We're on the same side in this battle. So let's leave our egos and our logos at the door. I'll repeat that. Let's leave our egos and our logos at the door and work across ministries, across companies, with the private sector, public sector, civil society at the federal, state, and local levels to unlock the potential in this sector. That means that all of us have to bring our best self to the table. The second key message I would like to leave with you is that we need an enabling environment. And this means that we need our government working at the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Trade and Investment, Infrastructure, Rural Development, irrigation, all of those ecosystems, gender, health, working collaboratively to have a unified ecosystem policy environment that supports local sourcing. And the last thing, to the point that was made about the WTO, Nigerian private sector has to protect Nigerian companies and Nigerian consumers. And as a result, we need to have one voice when we speak within our country and when we speak to the international community, one unified voice about what it takes to unlock the sector. I'm optimistic that working collaboratively with the good work we're doing with Aldine, with many of our partners in the room, that we will come back next year and have a lot to celebrate. Thank you so much, and I look forward to working with all of you. Have a wonderful afternoon.
And thank you to all our distinguished panelists, seasoned experts for a wonderful panel session.
Round of applause for our panelists, please. Round of applause for all our panelists. Please, since we just want to show our token of appreciation before you leave. Yes, please. So when they get their gift, they can leave. Please sit, just a moment as we give our token of appreciation. We want to invite one of our key stakeholders from Southwest Farmers Association of Nigeria, represented by Dr. Tai Onyekon. He has come all the way from Osun State to attend this conference. Let's give him a round of applause. And yes, he is also representing one of the members of the Board of Trustees of Kodaran, Otumba Gabriel Eniola Ogunsayan. So he will help us to present a token to our various panelists and our speakers. So please, let's make the tokens available as I call their names, please, sir. And we'll just present it to them so they can take their seats in the hall. Thank you very much. So Dr. Audu Grema, to pick up for Dr. Audu Grema, please. Please, a round of applause for him. A round of applause for Dr. Grema. The camera, photographers, please. Make ready, Mr. Nicholas John, please. Round of applause for next. Okay, Mr. Sigurdsson, you have for Mr. Sigurdsson. Round of applause for Mr. John. Thank you so much for being a distinguished panelist today. Thank you, we are grateful. Thank you, sir. Mr. Snorri Sigurdsson, please. A round of applause for him. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your contributions. We're very grateful. Mr. Shane Shekari, please. Round of applause for Mr. Shekari. Thank you. And to our distinguished moderator, Mrs. Dolapo Edejo. Please let's give her a round of applause for a very fantastic job. You have done so well in moderating the panel. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dolapo. We appreciate you. Thank you. Please make ready Dr. Ikechukwu Kelikume and MD Abubakar as well, please. Please, Dr. Kelikume. Let's give him a round of applause for that wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. Dr. Kelikume. Okay, and MD Abubakar, sir. Thank you for that very thought-provoking speech. Thank you. It's a token of appreciation to you. And please make ready Mrs. Ndidi Muneli's plaque, even though she's joining us virtually, but Dr. Hafsat Bema will be collecting the plaque on behalf of Ndidi. Please a round of applause for MD Abubakar. And finally, Mrs. Ndidi Muneli. Please, Dr. Hafsat, let's give her a round of applause as she collects that token of appreciation on behalf of Mrs. Muneli. Round of applause for her. Thank you. Thank you so much for your contributions and support. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We are coming. Thank you, sir. You can take your seat. Thank you. So we are coming towards the end of this very unique conference, and we've had a lot of learning points today. As I said, we are going into the final learning session of this conference, and that will be the breakout sessions. So I want to emphasize just again that we have 3 breakout groups, and if you check your participants tag and you have participants tag number 1, it means you are in the breakout session group 1, and you will move towards my right hand, because you'll be using this particular projector for your session. So if you have number 1 on your tag, please come this way. You'll be led by Mr. African Farmer Mogachi to talk about why dairy businesses fail. And if you have 2 on your participants tag, please go towards my left extreme projector screen there, or the extreme left of the hall. Please go there and you'll be attended to by Professor Debo Kala. The ranching, should we ranch or should we not ranch? Then, if you have 3 on your tag, please go towards the left, the extreme left angle of the hall, where you will be met by Dr. Hafsat Grema to take the lessons from the advancing local development or dairy development in Nigeria. Please, let's go to our various breakout groups and let's have a great time. Let's make it interactive, ask questions, and then we'll come back after 20 minutes for the plenary and final round. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I'll try to speak louder. I'll be introducing the guys.
Yes. Okay, I'm super excited here today. Privilege to be in Abuja to today. How many of us are you are in the agricultural value chain, production, processing, and how many of us are enthusiasts? We just want to be into the sector. Okay, I'm asking this question so that I can know how to link the conversation from not to one side. Okay, so just like maybe I've been in this sector for years. I've operated non-south, about 2018 when I heard of the insurgency. Most of the things we read in this Breakout on radio is this. I set up 5 see projects about the value chain. So today I'm talking about why. So I've done a couple of steps. If you package only somebody who will pay for it or in advice, and if you take a course on information access, you know how to package information and sell as signals. You don't fail in that way. Then to the package. Africa, I co-founded Africa also, but I just sold out my shares. Today, 2017, the U.S. Department of Agriculture under the training of the U.S. for a couple of weeks, where we are studying how to set up sustainable agriculture. How we launched into the dairy value chain. So we visited companies or cooperatives, the youngest was 49 years old, and the oldest was 149 years old. And the set of feelings, we went to 15 cooperatives across the value chain. And first thing I found out is that we're not doing cooperatives in Nigeria.
They're only saving money to loan money. But the business of cooperative, we're not touching at all. So based on the value chain, the dairy, I'll be presenting some things. I'll just be talking, basically. So I'm not going to, I don't have a PhD. My first degree is I don't have a PhD. I don't have a master. My PhD is in me.
So I will be talking to you from the perspective of I produce 300 acres of corn irrigation with Lagos. So from production and livestock, I'll be blended into the academic. Yes. So this I saw saying that India is for FAO website now. India is the largest producer of this.
If India's milk sector is controlled by 50% of our structured market, it can be equivalent to the tomato market in Nigeria, the pepper market in Nigeria. They are all unstructured. So what that means is that we should not blame government. We should not blame the big players because the unstructured guys control 50%. So many of us here are not government. So how can we use the same model because it's not structured to attain it? So what that means is that we should be looking at processes that India did and also Kenya, because Kenya is also doing like 3 or 4 times of what we're doing. So if they all operate in unstructured areas, the first thing I want us to do is remove the cap of the government, remove the cap of the WAMPO and Allah and Co. And let's face reality that we are the ones not embracing the opportunity. There's an oversight somewhere. So I'd like to, just start with that. So why do dairy projects and businesses fail? Number one is wrong assumption. We've heard of many, the doctor has spoken, MD Abubakar has spoken. Wrong assumption is that this is where we think the money is. We think the money is in rearing the cows. But MD Abubakar, a player, is telling us that in the aggregation, that is where the money is. And I'll tell you this, during my study in Colorado, we engaged a cooperative. 3 cooperatives are the only ones selling all the milk produced in Colorado. 3 cooperatives. They do the bulking that MD said. They buy the 75,000 tankers and what's it called again? Stainless steel. They move around Colorado, collecting the milk from farmers and paying them at the end of every week. They now push it to different states. So one of the things is wrong assumption. Where we think the money is not where the money is. Rearing cows, and I'll take cassava because I've done quite a lot in cassava value chain. It is more profitable to grow cassava for the stick than cassava for the tuber. You make double the amount. So when people want to grow cassava, they want to grow cassava for the tuber instead of growing cassava for the stick. It is more economical. It saves you more time to grow cassava for the stick than the tuber. That's the same thing I'm seeing here. Wrong assumptions that people will take milk. People will take milk. They want fresh milk. It is not the people that want fresh milk. It is your category that want fresh milk. That there's a difference between wanting fresh milk and being able to pay for fresh milk. So the wrong assumption is that there is a gap. We always see 600,000 to 2 million metric tons. You see a 1.4 million tons, and you want to fit into it. The question is the market willing to pay for that milk at the price to come out? So it fails because it is wrong assumption. I was talking to one of the people out there, the fresh milk. I said it's not meant for the middle lower, it's meant for the middle upper. When you sell 1 liter for 1,000 naira, it's not meant for the rural. And as you begin to commit, your communication also needs to reflect it. If you tell us wrong assumption, if you tell people that at least take, what you normally tell us now is that take milk every day. 70% of the people seated here may not be able to afford it in today's Nigeria. 1,000 naira milk for you. If you have 2 children, let's say a family of 4. So 4 liters per day, how much is your salary? What business are you doing that you'll be able to afford 4,000 per day times 5, 20,000 per week times another 4? So it's not, but if you begin to say, take milk, fresh milk at least once a week, then our subconscious can accept that and we can work with that. So wrong assumption is 1. 2, ecosystem mapping. Ecosystem mapping. So the first thing that needs to happen is for us to sit down, invest in a bit of knowledge, to know what is the ecosystem, what is the value chain. My trip to Colorado helped me to know that 2 areas I should be getting involved in if I'm going into cattle value chain. Number 1 is the feed. No, and for me, it's the safest. It's the safest. For me, this is the safest because you can control it. When we were in Colorado, we went to, and this is the thing. Colorado, the whole rainfall for the year cannot grow corn. Start to finish. It only rains 12 inches for their whole rain for 1 year. So they irrigate every corner in Colorado is irrigated. And so I say that because we have abundant rainfall. Even in the north that we say we don't have enough rainfall, corn will still grow and mature, but they cannot grow corn to maturity in Colorado. So this is the low-hanging fruit. People will first buy this. So if they are rearing cows and co, they are dependent on you. So it's like big business. Like I said, I operate in many value chains. The safest place to be in any crop value chain is what the crop called Midstream. Now they will buy this. Either the cow does not survive, it's not your business. Even though you must care about them, and also we're very spiritual people in Nigeria, we should pray for them also. But guess what? If there's too much heat, climate change, their cows may not produce good milk, but you have sold your product. So the low risk, and this is what will determine how well and how far the sector will grow, the feed. And it's the easiest. It is still in quotes, weed. It is still weed. So it's very crucial that we understand that we must map the ecosystem. Where can you play in? I see many women are getting very aggressive in doing business that way. So you're married, you have a family, it already places the limitation on the value chain you can get involved in. Anything that requires a daily activity and you are not in that location may not be for you. So that is why you have to map the ecosystem. Are you going just to be buying? See, the aggregation they spoke about milk is also available here. Will you be selling the seed to the farmers where it's just in your shop? You buy the seed or you grow the seed. They're only growing seed. The biggest business here is growing the seeds of alfalfa and all this grass because it is not big here. The southwest, the southeast, the other parts of the country apart from the north and leverage on this more. Why do I say that? There's a lot of insurgency in the north now. So even if you are selling seeds, because the farmers are already moving out from the inner farms closer home because of insecurity. So you need to sell seeds to them. So this is this business, the way I would suggest, if don't see it as a business, see it as a service. You're serving the farmers to improve their livelihood from not losing totally. So they will stay committed to you. Give them options, and the MD Abubakar will be begging to buy. Eating with the enemy. What I wanted to say here is treating with the wrong enemy. Now, let me say this. And I'll put it in context. So, when we say we get something wrong, when we say, okay, again, I studied US foreign policy on another program in the US. US foreign policy and food security. And I was taught there that if there is war in Iraq and US goes to Iraq, to take care of it, they thought of for 4 days telling us what it is in a 1 month training. And they said, no, why do we go there? We said, oh, of course, it's for the oil. It's for the oil. And they said, no, it's not the oil, it's food. Now, when they have crisis, you don't build food systems very fast. So, United States of America, all the states have agriculture as their federal, apart from Washington, D.C. That was why they made Washington, D.C. the capital, because they don't have agriculture. So that they will not break out, they named this United States. What is uniting them is agriculture. What D.C. does is to aggregate and sell. And that's why they are always in NATO. They are the ones funding NATO. Because where there's crisis, there will be food shortage. They are always creating avenues for their food. Very crucial. So, foreign policy. We seem to want to fight Allah. Name the big brands who have invested 60 years of their technology, resources, strategy. We want to fight them. Now, so let me ask you a question. And this, we're being very practical here. I'm a farmer. Now, should OneCo or any of those big brands fund a project that will compete with them? No, that's common sense. Good. They should fund a value chain that will benefit others, but not compete with them. Yeah? So, they are not the enemy. They are not the enemy. We should be taking our products, packaging to Wara, the cheese, in Shaki, in Kwara. When you want to buy food, people buy that as meat. So if you feel, because wrong, let me use this way. If you go to the hospital and you're having tummy upset, and you now say you have headache, wrong diagnosis will lead to wrong prescription and will cause more problems. So let's understand the fact that they are also in business, they have a foreign policy, they will fund other value chains. Any chain that does not support the main business will not be a priority to them. Nobody funds an area that is not priority to them. So bottom line is that let's understand why they exist. As a business, they need to survive. And so we also need to know what will happen and what not will happen. That our local yogurt is used in making one of their yogurts. Can we produce more milk to supply them, to keep them in business? Can we also set up the yogurt and leave the milk because it is huge money to put in those infrastructure. How many of us, Ajala farms, the ones that make cheese, are you aware? In 1997, I was with Nigeria Agric Insurance. I went to evaluate their insurance business. I was on an intern there. And guess what? Cheese farms, they are, I think they're about 40 or so years. As at 2007, yeah, at 1997, they were not using Nigeria's paper. They were working on diesel. Light must not go. So imagine if for 30, 40 years, you invested in generators that light must not go. Because if it goes, the eggs they set will go bad. Same with all these big organizations. They cannot afford 1 minute for light to go. If you put in that investment, you must protect it. Let's not deceive ourselves. So can we find projects that can align with them? And don't forget, they have more demand than supply also. So can we align? They are funding various cattle development projects here and there. Can we grow grass for them? They do import grass. So mostly we focus on what is not working and against what we work. All the developmental projects they are expanding on a daily basis. Can we position, once they say, oh, we are moving to the north, like they just moved somewhere to the north, can we say, I want to be the biggest supplier of it, I want to be the biggest supplier of it, and align with them where they have a need. It's generally said that you don't fight, you don't take your friend to court and come out and ask you, my friend. No, once you go to court, it's bad. So bottom line is that not everything that looks bad is bad. They have a need, even though they are big, they have a need. They still want to be number one, number two, number three. So can we align? See, Governor Pachula once said something. He said, politics is dirty, they say. But how do you know how to run politics if you are not in politics? How do you learn the ropes? So provide for them and now look at the value chain they cannot do and step into it. Very crucial. Can we fabricate? So instead of importing, because you see, until we come together to do this kind of thing, they would, most of these companies would rather bring in the dry milk and give you fabrication, which is still value chain. Because the farmers there depend on us, just like Niger. Niger and Co depend on us for a lot of grain, which I find challenging when our ministers are lamenting that they are taking grains by road to Niger. They have a need. They will be almost double. Notorious fertilizer, producing fertilizer in Nigeria, but export to Liberia because they are not getting contracts from the government there. And fertilizer is double the price in Liberia. Why should they sell here? Their cost is high. It's better for them to take it there. So we need to look at, put on a cap for them and look at how we can support them. Next. So you get it? So we are eating with the wrong enemy. Yeah. We're too much dependent on government in this country. So we have a radio program every Monday, 5:30 to 6 on the station called Breakout Talk. And recently, so we fund the radio program. We just show people the opportunities in the value chain. So 3 Mondays ago, I now said, okay, today nobody should blame government. It's a live program. Don't blame government when you call, because we are the government. Anybody that votes is the government. It's not the corruption, leave corruption, leave rigging. Let's say we are the voters. So if there's election and none of us go out, how do we read? So we are important. They need to camouflage with us, even if they're rigging. So guess what? So I now said, okay, I'll rush it up. So I said, don't blame the government. We took about 25 calls. As every call, as we end every call, we don't blame government. Everybody, only one person out blame government. Even though we said don't blame government, as we drop the ball, don't blame government, when you call it, it's government, it's government. I said, okay, guys, if government now does the right thing, who else will you be blaming? Because you have the mindset now to blame somebody. So when you can't blame them again, what will you do? You will not be productive, because every oversight of government is an opportunity for the private sector. So why don't you cash into it? Last year, 2 days ago, as they announced the lockdown, it was within 48 hours. We mopped up all the street conflicts in the country. We mopped it up across all the importers. We mopped everything up. And I said to myself, people are under panic now. We need to go and produce. So the river basin in the southwest, we deployed funding to produce sweet corn and watermelon. So when everybody was panicking, analyzing, we were planting and praying. Because if it does not sell, we are in trouble, we are finished. So as it turns out, everybody was panicking. We were producing. By the time they lifted the lockdown, there was no sweet corn anywhere in the country. We were flying sweet corn to Abuja. And so we dominated the sweet corn sector as far as Southwest is concerned. We changed the price. They were selling a kilo, we started selling in dozen, because women normally buy a dozen. So we changed it, and we went until date we're still delivering. So let's look at what is government not doing that you have control over. That 2, 3, 4 of you, your associations, they are cooperatives in every ministry. They are cooperatives in the big multinationals. And the cooperatives fix that gap. That is where, because you see, the Indians are coming and they are here. The Lebanese are taking over the processing. You want to do plastic, it's Lebanese or Indian. What are we going to say belongs to us? Next. Wrong business model. This is crucial. Wrong business model. So we need to have business models. Going into this sector is what is called, we need to have what is called social enterprise. You cannot do for profit in a long-term business. I mean, except you've got grant. If you do for profit, you will crash soon. If you do NGO, it will not be sustainable. People will see it as national cake. It is a model called social enterprise, where you make profit and impact 50-50. That is what made India to be the leading over time. So what does that mean? I give you a cow, I buy it at a total price, and I help you do some other things. So you make profit and you make impact at the same time. This Google is called social enterprise. It's long term. That is what will sustain it. If you go in with, if you don't have big money, you cannot do this business. But when it's give and take, I give you seed on credit, I give you things on credit, I buy at total price from you. That's a social enterprise. Yes. So wrong business model. Let me just say this. So a business model can be, I want to rear, maybe not dairy now. I want to rear cattle to produce beef, and I want to turn the beef to sausage. So I will plant this type of corn that allows, and there's a corn for people, there's a quality protein maize. They allow your corn or anything that has gather flesh at 10 markets 2-3 weeks faster. So I want to grow that corn, harvest that corn, process that corn to feed cattle to make sausage. That's a business model. So wrong model. If it's strictly profit, it won't work. You need to find out what they work. Is it cooperative? Are you just funding them to produce this? And another cooperative goes into the area and you're just buying and selling. You need to have that business model where 5 of you can look at 5 different value chains and be in it as partners. So I'm focusing on this, and people are doing it. Yeah, next. Startup mindset. That as Nigerians, the way we go into agri is like ATM machine. You want it sharp. This is no sharp. No matter how beautiful they can demystify it, there's no sharp in dairy business. Where you can get the sharp is the trading of feed. The Trading in any agri value chain is where you get sharp, sharp. Any other thing you must wait. And climate change is also on the negative side. Farmers will plant. Either government does or no. Farmer must plant. So position there. Okay. Next. Wrong target market. Wrong target market. So we are looking at so there's a funding. They approached us, gave me 1,000 spots, 250,000 to 3 million. Less than 10% interest. So I went around Southwest. I paid for 2 radio stations, just about a week back. One government, one private sector. Saying, hey, this funding is for ages 18 to 25. Come and take it. But we need to monitor you for 6 months. These are the agreement we have to back. So we said, okay, we need 6 months, but you pay 10,000 for that 6 months. You write business plan, this is template, you work with you to put it together, and they were not interested. The fund is targeted at the The fund has been here. They will return it 2022 if they don't collect it. But the youth today, when they call, they say, oh God, Japa means I'm leaving the country. So they call and say, oh God, Japa. What is this Japa? Japa means anything you are telling us should be leaving, how we can use the money to leave the country. So, and the people who need the money kept calling. Their ages, when we talk about 600 calls from the southwestern state, they are put together. The list of the age was 40. Between 40 to 55 are the people interested in agri or don't have the means. But the funding is directed to the guys who don't want. So when Diamond Bank, or Diamond had the funding before also, all of them just keep it in the bank because it's dollar dominated, they use it to do other transactions. Because the people don't want it, target market don't want it, and they don't want us to give the right people. So, but for women, the fund is still available. For women, there's no age barrier. So, thank God for women. Then, do it all. Do it all. You want to do everything yourself. You don't want to reduce the risk. It is for you. You don't want to make all the money. Many people, many rich people, they don't tell you how they make it. Here we say, it's God. Have it? It's God. How did you do it? It's God. Just thank God. Do it all. You need to niche. And start telling us about where the opportunity is. But he's not doing it. He's niching. He's saying it. I'm milking it to produce yogurt, produce butter. That instead of him saying, I have seen this opportunity, there's big money there, and he's trying to do it. 2019, when he spoke in our conference in Lagos, he said the same thing. He's consistent. If you're not consistent, you lose money because you have not mastered a new policy has changed. As the policy changes, you now do 3, 4 things. If policy changes for 5, what happens to you? So even the one that you need to meet. You can't do it all, but you need to position. What you need to do is position your business around where others need you. So Dangote does not set up a factory far from raw material. So move closer to raw material. Anything you want to do, what's your raw material? Or whoever is using your raw material as whoever is using your product as input, move close to raw material. You cannot do it all. If you have, let's say, 1 million naira now, don't plan to do anything alone, dairy or anything, get 5 people. What that means is that you reach your project by 800,000 naira. You get it. Instead of you putting 1 million and you bring 5 of it together to bring to 200,000, that means you have to reach your project by 800,000. You keep 800,000, you experiment with it. If it works, you can scale. But most important thing is that 5 different brains with different exposures, with different backgrounds, will make the business more sustainable and viable than only. No matter how you face the business, challenges will come. Because you have different backgrounds, the backgrounds will reflect the thinking of the people you come together. You may call it mastermind, you may call it corporate. Brand versus commodity. We are still selling brand, we are still selling commodity. And what do I mean by that? And I'll use this. The banana food. I'm in the north. Let me use another example. The mangoes produced here is the same mango produced in Ghana. But there's a company in Ghana, Blue Sky. I went on the mission trip with the US government there. The same mango that we throw away here, anyhow. It's the same mango. If you go to Tesco in UK, every blessed day, they dye this mango, put it in transparent containers, refrigerate, and ship to Europe. Especially UK. Everything. They didn't tell me I was there. The same mango. So here is mango, just put it to them, it's not mango. In fact, 2 months in the year, they fly 2 cargo planes from Argentina and Brazil to bring in mango to Ghana. Branding. If you go to the banana, the variety called dwarf cavendish is the same father, same mother type of variety that you eat in UK or Europe and US. Nothing. It's just handling. So the same beef that you just beef that you send flies on it is the one they cover. Branding and treat the target market. But we need to begin to brand it. We need to tell our story. What is unique from your village? Like you can say, oh, the rocks in this place have produced this. You tell one story and you both buy stories. It's not your product. They want to help. So tell the story. Yeah. Which I've spoken about the value chain. Please, as we end the value chain, you must look into the value chain. Look at something, look for a need of all the companies and get it done. I think the next one is thank you. Oh, okay, no. Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? Yes.
5 minutes round up, please.
Fortunately, I may say on the website,
okay.
Okay. How with this high-tech thinking and approach, how can this be cascaded down to a performance?
Okay.
That, it's very difficult for you to say, okay, I want to teach a new technology, I want to teach a new approach. For me, I find something that go back
to them
and
tell them.
And start, bringing this high tech, thing to them. One question or one contribution. I don't know how I put that. In all your own discussions and examples, yes, all that. How long would it take to change the psychology of the farmer? For example, now we talked about the hay. I know places in Nigeria where they produce the hay, and you call up a farmer of 100 cows, he owns about 100. Step one, buy hay and feed the animal. Step one, wait, that we are not yet there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are to sell my cow and buy the hay. So who is responsible for translating this knowledge to them?
Thank you, sir. So the last question. One thing, let me use the word in some terms, we fail to understand is that the rural farmers themselves are thinkers. They experiment year in, year out. That's when they know that, with the weather we are seeing, it will not rain. They are thinkers. We underestimate them. That's why most times now the farmers cheat us. Anybody working with, I work with a lot of rural farmers. So the thing is, we underestimate their thinking capacity. They've been, don't forget, all this business we're talking about today, they did it without technology. The cocoa farmers, the granola farmers, they weren't working with the technology we have, and yet they had more yield then than now. You get cocoa used to be 8-10 years maturity, and yet we were bleeding. So bottom line is we should not underestimate them. We should rather adapt, adopt and adapt. So one of the things that need to happen is like an extension. We look at early adoption. If this milk thing, you work with NGO with Allah, right? Good. So you as an NGO, you need to be writing another proposal to say, can we want to start up a small milk processing factory that will be coordinated by the Seriki you have. So you will use the data of those people to get it done. It's not for everybody. Some will adopt and move with it. Later, all will join it. But let me say this conversation that we should stop the element from moving around in a good academic conversation. Practitioners. That is how they think. Well, at target market, we should not be looking at them. We should be looking at raising new people who will learn the right thing from the beginning and move it up. We should only be talking to them, telling, you see, wrong assumption that they will stop what their great grandfather, somebody who every year has been moving 5 different countries, and now you have to stop, stay here for what? So, bottom line is we need to adapt. Yeah. There's nothing specific. The same problem is wrong in corn, is wrong in tomato, is wrong in cassava, is wrong in sheep food. It's not unique. The only unique thing is these have a shorter lifespan. That's when you're talking about dairy, let's talk about milk now. How the product has a long, shorter lifespan, same as tomato. So it's the same problem here. It's copy and paste in most cases.
My question is that this on target market.
Yes.
They are very good and farmers up. How can they access this stuff? Like you say, because women.
2 minutes for please. Let's round up.
Yeah, you will state that.
2 more minutes, please.
So this is what we do. You can talk to me. I can talk to the head of department there, and we can see how we can work. But currently, Niger is becoming a no-go area for them. But we can package something that is not farm. That is, the women will buy and process. You can package processing for them as against production because they are risk averse on. Do it all, okay. Madam, okay, she's asking, she wants to do a lot of things together. Madam, sorry, ma'am. Look up and down at the same time. You cannot look up and down at the same time. So, you have to look at one. So, sorry, final. Look at here. How many black? Not focus on black. How many black? So many. Please close your eyes. Genuinely close your eyes. How many whites is there? Close your eyes. How many whites? There are plenty, but you knew the black. What you focus on is what expands. So you have to focus. You will get to a point where you will need to add. You need to add something auxiliary, something that will, say for instance, if you're running poultry, you have borehole or where? Wait, you have poultry with. Now,
thank you very much.
You should be adding vegetable production. because you need irrigation, you have water, and you need poultry waste for manure. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
This means that food production in the present situation in Nigeria,
And we remain here till 6 p.m.
and it's one of the things that women can even do. But in this dispensation now that you have to be going about, and it's not the main thing that they are looking for, and you want to use that for sort of livelihood, how do you do that?
For every
Okay, please let's reconvene.
Before the foreigners come.
Let's reconvene. We can continue the conversation after now when we have the networking session. Our speakers will still be here, so we can speak with them, ask the questions, and talk to them. But we need to close the conference at the time. Please let's return. Let's return as we have a short closing ceremony before we leave. Okay. Please let our distinguished speakers join us here at the stage. Dr. Hafsat Bremer, Mr. African Farmer, please. Professor Kala, Mr. African Farmer, fantastic work they have done. Please let us also have their token of appreciation ready. NECA. Let's have their token of appreciation ready, please. Now I invite Dr. Edward Abdullahi of Habib Yogurt to please help us make the presentation to our speakers. Please, please, you help us present to our speakers. Professor Kala, please join us. Mr. Mogaji and Dr. Grema, Dr. Hafsat, please. On behalf of Kodaran, we want to say a big thank you to our speakers. I actually walked around all the groups, and I can tell you that we didn't want them to end. Please let's give a round of applause to our speakers. They have been fantastic. I was here listening to African Farmer, and I was hearing Professor Kala. I wanted to join him, and I was hearing Dr. Grema, and I wanted to join her. Thank you so much for a great and fantastic job. And I want to say that we will send all their presentations to us by email so that you can have a look at what each of the groups spoke about, not just your own group. So let's make our correct email addresses available, please, so we can do that. Please let's present first to Professor Kala. Thank you very much, Professor Kala. Photographers. A round of applause for Professor Kala. Thank you, sir. Mr. African Farmer Mogaji. Yeah, no farmer, no future. And I love his name. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support. And that's very wonderful presentation. Dr. Hafsat, a round of applause for Mr. Mogaji. And Dr. Hafsat Grema, please let the cameras capture that moment. Thank you, Dr. Grema. We are very, very appreciative of what you have just done for us. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, a round of applause for Dr. Grema. Thank you very much, everyone. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end of this conference. Please, since we have just one more item on the agenda, which is the sponsor's message. But on behalf of Kodaran, I want to appreciate all our sponsors, the major sponsor, IDL, and all our other sponsors. We have them. We have President Campina, Wamco, Ala Food, Sahel Consulting, L&Z, Sebore Farms, Habib Yogurt, Pasako Yogurt. We have the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. Please, a round of applause for these wonderful sponsors who have made this event possible. But we need to listen to our major sponsor because they have committed so much into the organization and the hosting of this conference. So let us spare those 3 minutes as we invite the representative of Integrated Dairies Limited to give the sponsor's message. Please put your hands together for Umoke. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Diana Basi, for a very wonderful, excellent conference that has been put together by yourself and your team. We really appreciate you and the good work you're doing for the rest. You know, you may have heard that there's a Chinese proverb that says that, or the Chinese word crisis can be represented as danger and at the same time as opportunity. Some of you have sat in this room today and you've looked at the challenges that have been put forward for the dairy sector, and you're wondering, is the headache worth it? But I just say to you that even though there's a lot of headache, a lot of people in this room will tell you that there's a lot of opportunity in there as well. And so, whether there are dangers, whether there are challenges, whether the road has been rough, we in this room are committed to making the Nigerian dairy a world-class dairy industry. We in IGL, we've been at it for the last 18 years. And I can tell you that it's been 18 years of very hard work, but it's been 18 years of very rewarding results as well. We thank you so much for everything that has been said today. Everyone has agreed that collaboration is the way to go. We will all drop our logos at the door, like someone said, and we'll all come in with a mindset to partner together. So thank you, Kodaran. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Diana Basi. And thank you, MD Abubakar, for your very wonderful leadership that you have continued to show at the Kodaran. The first time I heard the word MD Abubakar, I thought they were calling you MD because you are the MD. But then I later found out that that is not so. So maybe you're one of those ones that brought your name right from where you were coming from God, because you have indeed been a very good leader for the Kodaran team, and we appreciate you. We also want to appreciate everyone that has sponsored this event. So I'm not just speaking on behalf of Integrated Dairies Limited. I'm speaking on behalf of every sponsor. I'm speaking on behalf of Habib. I'm speaking on behalf of Sembore. I'm speaking on behalf of Allah. I'm speaking on behalf of Prisland. I'm speaking on behalf of L&C. I'm speaking on behalf of Sahel. Sahel is not a traditional dairy company. They have brought consulting to come and partner to strengthen our hands as a team. And we are very grateful for what they're doing. I'm also speaking on behalf of all the government agencies here present and those who have joined virtually. I'm speaking on behalf of the Central Bank of Nigeria. I was very excited when I saw Mujibo, and I thought, okay, he's representing Ajia. And then I saw Ajia Habib working. I've seen so many people from CBN, NAPRI, EFMAD, MDRI, BOFI. We are very, very grateful. And today I stand to say that even though the journey may be rough, we will get there. And like Dr. Kelikume said, who, by the way, was one that found the embers in me, even to have a passion for dairy business, because he taught me at the Lagos Business School. I can say for a fact that at the end of the day, if we do not build the Nigerian dairy industry, nobody's going to build it for us. I know I did put up a few sets of slides, but I think I'll be repeating what everybody has said here today. And so with your indulgence, I would say a very big thank you, and I tell you, please go back and ruminate on everything that has been said. And I can tell you that this time next year, when we come together, it will be to have a much more successful conference that will push the dairy industry forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jumoke, for that wonderful presentation. Please let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. We have very wonderful sponsors. Again, we can't thank you enough. And we also look forward to your support and sponsorship as we go ahead. Remember, we are having this conference again next year and in June. So you can begin now to speak with us to sponsor. Who says your company may be the major sponsor next year? Thank you so much for all you have done. And also, we have talked about driving data collection and development, which is something Codaran will take on as we move forward from here. So we will also need partnerships and collaborations with you to make that happen. Thank you so much all. I want to invite our president to come up and give the closing remarks. MD Abubakar sir, please give us the closing remarks. And after the closing remarks, we will please proceed to the restaurant for lunch and networking. Thank you. You've been a very great audience. Thank you so much once again.
I think Timoke had done a good job of that. The closing remark had already been said. But I think I will just mention a few names. If she had missed it, I will thank Mr. Fred of FAO, the first speaker, Dr. Ichiku. I hope I've not massacred with them. Thank you very much, Professor Kala, Mr. African Farmer Mogaji, Dr. Hafsat Ali Grema, Dr. Audu Grema, Mr. Shane Shekari, Ms. Cindy Dimunedi, Mr. Olai Yuola Adipule, Ms. Lori Godson, Mrs. Dolapo Enejo, and last but not the least, Jumoke, just finished closing remarks, which I'm just building. Thank you very much. Without wasting most of the time, we proceed to the lunch. Please. Thank you. And have a good day.
This lunch is served at the restaurant. Let's continue the conversation while networking. Thanks for coming and have a safe journey.